Members of council, if you can please take your seats. Members. This meeting is now resumed. Before the recess, council was considering the mayor's second key item, which is PW 24.9 on the Bloor Street West Bike Lane Pilot Project. Before we return to that item, I would take the release of member holds. Do we have any releases? Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes. Sorry, I was interrupted. I'm sorry. I'm kidding.
Your name is up there.
Yeah. Let's see. That's right. No discipline around here. Page 8.
We're taking the release of holds.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That's why I put my name up there. Here he comes again.
Worse, I'm going to see Councilor Carter.
Striking committee. ST 14.2 appointments to fill a vacancy on the City School Board Advisory Committee. That's without recommendations. There's a motion. Motion received. There didn't seem to be well, there was no interest in the chamber for that item. So motion received.
Oh, okay. So on page 8, ST 14.2, appointment to fill vacancy on the City School Board's Advisory Committee. There's a receipt motion. All in favor? Carried.
Just below that, ST 14.4, appointment to fill a vacancy on the Canadian Stage Company Board of Directors. That's a motion to receive for the same reason.
Okay.
Sorry, 14.4. Did I say 14.4?
Yeah, you did. Just say
Yeah.
14.4, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It says without recommendation.
Okay, so you're moving receipt as well?
Yes.
Okay, there we are. On page 8, ST 14.4, appointment to fill vacancy on the Canadian Stage Company Board. Move receipt. All in favor? Carry. Recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 28 in favor.
Councillor DiCiano.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I can release item EX 28.1.
On what page, please?
Sorry, page 4.
Yes.
EX 28.14, the development charge complaint, 77 Glen Rush Boulevard. I've had my concerns answered. Thank you.
On page 4, EX 28.14, development charge complaint 77 Glen Rush Boulevard. Councillor DiCiano is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker, I held 3 items because I hadn't finished reading the agenda and people got very exercised about it. I'm releasing all 3. Page 3, EX 28.7, the Toronto Atmospheric Fund recommendation to amend open meeting requirements. I can release that one.
Okay, on page 3, EX 28.7, Councillor Carroll is releasing. All in favor? Carried.
And on page 5, Audit Committee 10.9, improving the effectiveness of the basement flooding protection subsidy program. I can release that one.
Okay. On page 5, recorded vote, AU 10.9, recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Fletcher, please.
The item is adopted unanimously, 30 in favor.
Counselor Carroll.
And yes, lastly, now almost everybody gets to go home. Page 14, CC 34.3, appointment of a public member to the Toronto Local Appeal Body. I can release that now. Thank you.
Okay, on page 14, CC 34.3, recorded vote.
Counselor Mamalidi, please.
Counselor Shiner, when you're seated.
The item is adopted unanimously, 31 in favor.
Counselor Ford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 4, EX 28.20, non-union cost and limit adjustment. I'd like to release that.
On page 4, EX 28.20, Counselor Ford is releasing, recorded vote.
Counselor Pasternak, please. Counselor Matlow.
Counselor Fletcher, please.
Counselor Wong Tam.
The item carries unanimously, 33 in favor.
Counselor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 4, EX 28.18, as well as 19, Occupational Health and Safety Report Quarterly, and the first and second quarters. Those two, please, I'd like to release.
Thank you. On page 4, EX 28.18, Counselor Robinson is releasing. On favor? Carried. On page 4, EX 28.19, on favor? Carried. Counselor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 3, EX 28.3, Public Transit Infrastructure Fund, Phase 1 update. I had my questions, actually I answered my own question, so I'll release that with a recorded vote.
Okay, on page 3, EX 28.3, recorded vote.
Counselor Cole and Counselor Cressy, please.
Counselor Pasternak, please.
The item carries unanimously, 36 in favor.
Counselor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. Page 4, EX 28.15, lease agreements with the Scarborough Rouge Hospital and the YMCA of Greater Toronto for the development of the Bridletown Community Hub. And I'd like to release that and say this is an extremely innovative model that I've had the chance to learn about, and congratulate Councillor Kelly and Councillor Lee and others for coming up with this and working on that. Good luck to them.
On page 4, EX 28.15, on favor? Recorded vote.
Counselor Cole, please.
Counselor Wong Tam, please. Counselor Matlow. Counselor Matlow, please.
The item carries unanimously, 36 in favor.
Mr. Knack?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 10, item NY 25.3, sorry, 25.27. Like to be recorded in the negative. I urge everybody to defeat this. A recorded vote, I urge everybody to defeat this route.
Okay, what it is on page 10, NY 2527, application to remove a private tree on 121 Elmore Avenue. Recorded vote.
Counselor Lee, please.
Counselor Palacio, please.
The item carries 29 to 6.
Counselor Matlow?
Madam Speaker, I can release on page 8, ST 14.8, council member appointments to the Canadian National Exhibition Association.
Somebody else is holding it.
Then I can keep holding it in that case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, members, we do have reviewed a number of urgent motions to be added to the agenda. Counselor, do you okay. Counselor Layton? Counselor Layton? Who was the seconder? Okay, Counselor Layton.
Oh, this is to introduce a motion regarding upholding a Committee of Adjustment decision.
On favor? Carried. Counselor Lee, you're next.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am requesting permission to introduce this because ICANN is getting its award.
Yeah, okay, just one sec. Counselor Layton, Counselor Grimes, please. Counselor Layton? Okay. Go ahead, Counselor Lee.
Yes, I'm requesting permission to introduce this motion that reaffirms Toronto's as a nuclear weapons-free zone.
Okay,
In 1983,
on favor? Carried. Opposed? You want to have a recorded vote? Do you want a recorded vote? Counselor Fletcher is asking for recorded vote. This is to introduce. This is an introduction of a motion.
Counselor Kelly, Counselor Karagianis, Counselor Perks, please.
Counselor Cole, please. Counselor Cole, can we have your vote, please? Counselor Crisanti and Counselor Vagadakis, when you're seated, please.
The motion to add to the agenda carries 34-4.
Counselor Pasternak.
Oh my gosh. Is this Sanofi?
Yes, this is required. It's a technical amendment that's required so that Sanofi Pasteur can continue with the building of a pharmaceutical plant.
On favor? Carried. Who's next? Which? Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
What? No? We already did.
No, you have two of them.
I have two what?
Motion.
Two notices of motion. Oh, thank you. Yes. Okay.
Okay. Do you want to introduce it?
I'd like to introduce this motion.
Okay.
And it's, let's see, it's urgent, as these boards currently have vacancies that should be filled as soon as possible.
On favor? Carried. So you have another one as well.
Thank you. And, oh yes, this is an appointment for Councillor Lutzi Trotzi because she doesn't have she's not sitting on a current standing committee.
On favor? Carried. Counselor Shiner.
Yes, Madam Speaker. You put the motion up, I have a motion for council to consider of the appointment of an interim chief building official.
On favor? Carried. Counselor Shiner, you have another one.
I'm still standing.
Okay, why is there so much noise? Like what's going on?
It's the staff. It must be the staff.
Please? I can't hear Counselor Shiner. Okay, Counselor Shiner?
So I want to add a motion to the agenda for technical amendments to a bylaw regarding 2 to 14 Cusack Court.
On favor? Carried. Counselor Shiner, you have another one.
Yes, staff have made me a very busy person.
Oh, you'll stop.
Not my staff. These are technical amendments requested by staff. This one is to request a solicitor to attend at the local appeal body regarding a committee of adjustment application.
On favor? Carried.
I think I'm done.
Counselor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. This is urgent in order to allow public realm improvements to be authorized to take place shortly.
On favor? Carried. Counselor Cressy, you have another one.
Thank you, Speaker. This is urgent as the amendments are required in order to meet the parent bylaws.
On favor? Carried. Who's next? Okay, now, Counselor Cressy, you informed me earlier that you have a petition.
Thank you, Speaker. I neglected to do this morning. I do have a petition of 4,480 signatories for residents of the City of Toronto in support of making the Bloor bike lanes permanent.
On favor? Carried. Counselor Layton?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I too have a petition here signed by 4,507 people. We, the undersigned, support making Bloor Street bike lanes permanent. I'd like to submit.
On favor? Carried. Is that it? Okay. We will now go back to the mayor's key item, which was PW 24.9. If I can ask the staff to put the names on the screen. We were asking questions. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope I'm not repeating a couple of these questions regarding finances, but it's my understanding that through you to staff that we allocated at this chamber $800,000 for the pilot project, and I'm just wondering whether that entire amount has been spent.
I'll put your time on.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, we're looking for the specific number.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I don't recall the number 800,000, but I do need to check the reporting and the details, but this project certainly came in within budget, and the projected loss of revenue from parking was overstated by the TPA, and we've had less loss than was originally anticipated.
That was my next question. I have the loss in the report of $436,000. Does that sound about right? And less than anticipated.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the loss for the on-street parking was less than anticipated, and that's the $436,000 that you're referencing. The overall revenue for parking within this area actually slightly increased because it included the revenue from the off-street lots, which increased.
Now, you're not sure how much the pilot cost. The number listed here is $425,000 to remove the bike lanes?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that is correct.
And what would be the incremental cost of making them permanent? Is there, or it's done? There's nothing more to add?
That's a little bit more of a complex question. You could have them be permanent as they stand. We are recommending some modifications, which were discussed at the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee to improve safety and reduce travel times. Those haven't yet been costed out and certainly would be if we had council direction to make it permanent. And you would do some of those on its own in 2018 potentially, but the majority of those things and the higher cost elements of those things would be done as part of a wider capital project in 2019 that needs to be designed.
So I have $16 million as the annual budget for the 10-year cycling network plan. Is that number still accurate? This is from 2016.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that is the amount that Council directed be considered as part of the 2017 and beyond capital budget process for the 10-year cycling network plan. The funding for the cycling network plan slightly shifted because of the influx of funds that came from the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund from the federal government. So the budget for the cycling infrastructure program is split between approximately $8 million in the 2017 budget for cycling infrastructure specifically, and a higher amount, which I can get the details on for you if you're interested, on the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund details. So it's not split in the same way it was originally envisioned in the 10-year cycling network plan council endorsement.
So the fund had unexpected federal infrastructure money. Did that augment the $16 million that council had approved annually, or did was that embedded in the $16 million and reduced the tax base proportion?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it was the terms of the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund required that projects be incremental to the existing program, i.e. not in the existing budget. So we accelerated items that were in the later stages of the 10-year cycling network plan and then used funding that was planned as part of the 10-year cycling network plan to supplement it. So it advanced projects, but out of the existing budget. So it's not in addition, it is in addition to the 16 million, but the city's portion of the investment is not in addition to, it's actually about half.
So we're still working within the $16 million a year envelope. That's a blend of city, municipal, and federal monies. Is that what you just said?
No, it's in addition to that because the influx of federal money needed to be projects that weren't yet in our budget, so it's more than that.
All right, more to a regional question. I guess I've been here 7 years, and I've had lovely meetings with transportation, with cycling infrastructure. Everyone's all happy. I bring out the ward map. I show them where we can connect off-street paths where bike lanes could potentially go. And then I get a call 2 weeks later on how broke we are and there's no money for cycling. And then a few weeks later I wake up and I go online and there's an announcement, there's another project downtown. I'm wondering how we can create a more equitable system across the city so that we can share in on this federal funding and municipal funding for disconnected bike lanes and bike trails.
Correct.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the impetus of the 10-year cycling network plan was to expand routes outside of the core and to connect gaps in the cycling network. Certainly expanding outside of the core is a key objective. Many of the projects funded through the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund start to do that, but they did need to be at a certain stage of development to be able to be implemented in the early years of that plan.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just had a couple of questions that are based on questions, they're follow-ups on questions that were asked this morning. I'm looking at the evaluation table. This morning you were asked some questions about what this data means, and I heard you definitely answer a question in such a way that you would not be presuming to read the minds of all drivers, but that as best you could answered the data. And the statement was returned to you before sitting down by one of my colleagues, so the data has not been reviewed comprehensively. I wonder if you wanted to respond to that comment.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Speaker, we certainly did look at vehicle volumes before, during, and during the pilot at 2 periods, as well as vehicle travel times. So this was quite a comprehensive study in terms of understanding travel times, as well as the volumes that are traveling through the corridor on Bloor Street, as well as the parallel corridors of Harbord and DuPont.
So this does represent quite a comprehensive look, and in fact the recommendations going forward will allow you to continue to gather data and study comprehensively.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's correct.
Okay. The only other thing that I think we need to build upon a question asked earlier this morning, because I'm worried about what I see coming in the way of motions. I just want to be clear that bikes are to bike lanes as cars are to roads. We wouldn't, in terms of our network of roads, we wouldn't build a highway and attract cars to it and then shut down local roads and say, we've got a highway now, we don't need any of the roads that lead to it. We wouldn't do that, would we?
That's correct, Councillor.
So if cars are to roads as bikes are to bike lanes, we wouldn't build a bike lane on the heavy network that now attracts 5,000 bikes, but shut down other bike lanes so that the bike can't now get to the road with the major bike lane on it.
That wouldn't be our recommendation, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I just want to ask some questions about the Danforth bike lane. So Appendix 8 of the original PWIC report, where we approved the 10-year cycling plan, was the Scenario 3, Appendix 8, the one that we essentially adopted with amendments?
That's correct, Councillor, with amendments about the major corridor studies.
Okay, so the original recommendation in Appendix 8 was to proceed with the Danforth corridor study from Broadview to Danforth in 2017 2018, I presume 2019, and maybe you can just tell me what that, how long the study was intended to take, and then implementation.
Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, I don't have that report in front of me. I know that the major quarter studies were generally anticipated to take 3 years, inclusive of study and implementation.
So it should have taken place 2017, 18, and 19 if this scenario had been adopted fully.
Through you, Madam Speaker, Council did make some significant changes to the major quarter studies recommended in the 10-year cycling network plan.
I don't see actually that they did, other than taking out Danforth. So the major corridor studies that were approved were Bloor-Dupont, Yonge Street, and Yonge Street between Finch and Shepherd, and Yonge Street between Bloor and Front. Those were approved.
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, that's correct. Those were in some way, shape, or form underway, and Council decided to maintain the momentum on those projects. And any major quarter studies that hadn't yet been initiated in any form were deferred for further consideration.
Okay, all right. So there were 2 corridor studies that were rejected: Lakeshore from Humber to Mississauga and Danforth from Broadview to Danforth.
Councillor, there were also other major quarter studies, including on Midland and Kingston Road. There were several major quarter studies planned in the 10-year cycling network plan that need to be further reviewed.
Midland and Midland were in 2023 and 2024.
Sorry,
I'm
Councillor,
saying the ones that were approved for 2017, the only one that was cut, I thought was Danforth, but I see Lakeshore as well. So there were 2 for 2017 that were cut.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Okay. Now, your intention is, according to this report, to report out sometime in 2018, which I learned is not actually 2018 at all. It is in the next term of council. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the 10-year cycling network plan included a recommendation from Council to report back at a 2-year review. That review would be undertaken in 2016, which is 2 years after that the 2016 cycling network plan was created, and we would report back in early 2019 when that review was completed in the next term of council.
In the next term of council. So we also, though, approved a recommendation that we would consider bike lanes in the context of an avenue study. And I did want to ask this deputy city manager about the avenue study and the... He's not here. Speaker, could
I'm going to hold your time, Councillor Davis. Mr. City Manager, is it possible to have the deputy city manager? Okay. Do you have questions of other staff members while we're waiting?
I want to ask the deputy city manager a question. 2. Sorry,
Okay.
I should have noticed.
If you want, you have, well, it took us a couple of minutes to get to that point. If you want to stand it down, I can give you a minute and a half, and we'll go on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Mammoliti, that makes you up next.
Thank you. Can this, the decision that council is about to make today, if it goes through, can it be reversed at any point in time? Like we did on Jarvis, yes.
Through you, Madam Speaker, like any project, the council can provide us direction to change direction, but the pilot itself would be approved.
So how much money would we be spending if this was approved between now and the election in October?
I think any additional resources, right? Through you, Madam Speaker, if we were to remove the existing pilot, that would cost, as we indicated in the report, $425,000. Other than that, there
won't be any other
not be
cost?
any additional cost.
So, okay, so it would be the money that we've spent up to date. Okay. So, the study that's referred to in the report, when was it actually done?
I'm sorry, through you, Madam Speaker, the study that was referred to in the report, Which study are you?
I don't know, there seems to be this study that you speak of that has determined the logic behind making them permanent.
So there's the pilot, which was the one-year pilot, which was a series of component pieces after we installed.
When was that?
the blower
When
report.
was that conducted?
That, the pilot commenced in October of 2016, and we did initial before counts in June of 2016.
You did the counts in June
Of 2016.
of 2016. Did you do any counts in the winter?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we did not do specifically counts in the winter on Bloor Street, although we've done them on
Okay,
other
so
corridors.
the winter months primarily are the colder months, I would assume. And it would be, what, November to May?
Yeah, you can, sure you can answer that.
Through you, Madam Speaker, Council directed when the counts would take place before and after as part of our supplemental report that came forward about the methodology of the evaluation plan. We didn't do any winter counts within this pilot project as that was not identified in our performance evaluation.
Doesn't that worry staff at all, knowing that we don't know how many bikes are actually using Bloor Street in the winter months?
So, Councillor, we don't, the typical best practice for traffic analysis is not to do counts for vehicles or cyclists within the wintertime. That's not the best practice for understanding typical traffic behavior. That being said, there are key locations that we do have year-round counts on the cycling network, one of which is at Bloor and Castle Frank.
But we don't really determine whether or not snow removal is of importance on Bloor?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the issues of maintenance of the roadway were certainly considered in the design, and winter snow removal was, maintenance was done during the pilot project.
So we haven't done any studies in the winter. We don't know how many bikes use them in the winter. The bikes that are using, I've asked for information I still haven't gotten. That video that you have of all the cyclists. I wanted their faces blocked out and because of the information part of this equation. I still haven't gotten anything. Who's to say that it's not the same cyclist just going in a circle and you counting them? And I mean, how do we know that if we don't get that information? They could all be just circling around at the study time, around and around and around, just as their wheels do.
Councillor, do you really want staff?
I do. I want to know whether or not they've taken that into account, because they have said there's a certain amount of cyclists in the city, there's an increase, but they can't answer the question whether or not they're the same cyclists. It could be 10 of them.
Wearing different hats.
Wearing different hats.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the video that was requested that we were instructed through the privacy review that we were not able to share is video that is collected simply for the purposes of counting, and so it's not actually something that people observe and look at the individual cyclists going down that corridor. They use an algorithm to count cyclists.
We don't know
Last
then.
question. It's
we don't know for
it's not
sure
response time,
if it's the
question time.
same
Councillor
people being
Mammoliti,
counted.
It's not actually response time, it's question time. You have one more question.
Thank you. So we don't know that. We don't know where the cyclists are coming from the city, whether they're coming from the suburbs or the downtown part of the city. The study didn't take into account
Question, please.
where they
I
came
gave you
from.
extra seconds for a question,
Yeah,
not an
I
additional
know that you're
statement.
just itching to do this, but I just want to.
Okay, Councillor Mammoliti. Thank you,
Is that-
Councillor Mammoliti. Your time's up. Your time's up. Thank you, Councillor Mammoliti. Councillor McMahon.
What was the question? There really wasn't a question. I didn't ask.
Okay, on to some serious questions and relevant questions, appropriate questions, logical questions. Coming up with my questions.
Okay.
So I just want to talk about the different types of studies. So for example, a corridor study, do different jurisdictions use corridor studies?
Through you, Madam Speaker, a major corridor study is a study that was created out of the 10-year cycling network plan process to address the fact that the province's rules around the environmental assessment of cycling facilities has changed.
But through you, Madam Speaker, a corridor study is looking at the geography of a corridor from top to tail, and it can study any number of things. It can study land use actions, it can study full transportation and complete streets improvements, it can study any network or corridor-based. So in a broad term, yes, other jurisdictions do corridor studies. Specifically, a corridor study that comes out of the 10-year cycling plan has a specific definition.
I guess, do other jurisdictions use corridor studies for their bike infrastructure?
Through you, Madam Speaker, certainly all of the elements of a major corridor study are the types of elements that other jurisdictions do. It includes understanding baseline conditions, understanding opportunities and design constraints, looking at design options, doing public consultation, doing evaluation and monitoring of a project. All of those things are the bones of studies that transportation jurisdictions do in other places.
And so, I mean, we have planning studies for planning, and we have the corridor studies for the road infrastructure and cycling infrastructure. And we no longer have to do an environmental assessment. An environmental assessment is now, corridor study takes over that.
Depending on the nature of the work, through the Speaker, there may be a requirement still to do an environmental assessment. Environmental assessments are triggered by the province under certain circumstances, depending on the extent of construction and the capacity impacts. But in this case, the study that we've undertaken meets the objectives of the provincial EA.
And so in a pilot, you are studying, you're doing a bit of that corridor study when you do a pilot as well?
Through the Speaker, yes, that's correct. We needed to do a lot of the base work that you need to do in a major corridor study and around understanding existing conditions and opportunities and constraints and design options, public consultation. In the pilot project example, what you're doing is testing a configuration on the street, modifying it as you go to address concerns, and evaluating how it's performing.
So if you did a pilot, you don't have to do, you can do corridor study itself and no pilot, or you can do pilot that has the corridor study embedded in it.
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Robinson? Councillor Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My first question, I've got a number of them, is for the City Manager. So I'm asking you about process and just citywide process for these types of studies. My understanding is from a lot of the deputants at PWIC that there was 2 organizations involved in conducting the study that were on record as being proponents of bike lanes. Is that really an appropriate, does that really, confirm the validity of this study when that is the case?
Without speaking to the specifics, which I'm not in a position to confirm at the moment, obviously we want all of the evaluations to be as neutral as possible.
Okay, so I'm hoping going forward we can achieve that because there's been a lot of feedback, and so I want, anyway, I'll go on. To my next thing is Moneris. To the General Manager of Transportation, my understanding is Moneris really deals with big box, big retailers, not small ma and pa shops. I'm curious about why you would use Moneris when it's a very expensive endeavor, and we have no idea how many shops on Bloor use Moneris. My impression is very few.
Through you, Madam Speaker, Moneris has the largest share of point-of-sale information in Canada, and that's why we utilize them. Our understanding is a third of the businesses along the Bloor Street corridor all use Moneris for their point-of-sale information, and so it was a good data point that we could get access to relatively easily, and so that's the one that we selected.
That's not my impression that there's a third of the retailers that use Moneris. Can you validate that somehow? Is there a way to validate that? Because that is not my understanding.
That is through you. That's the number that Moneris has given us to use for the purposes of this study.
For that stretch of Bloor that we're studying, okay. And my understanding is the city's sales went up 5%. The sales on Bloor went up 4.5%. Is that correct?
Through you, that's correct.
So below the city average.
Through you, yes, slightly below the city average.
Slightly below on Bloor, because that has been very misleading, that information that's been out there, and we've had a lot of feedback from residents.
Councillor Robinson, I have to be fair and equitable. I've already asked another councillor to not give responses, but to ask questions.
You're right. Thank you for pointing that out. My apologies. Translation. I've heard from a number of businesses, around the number of 70, that are saying that all the questionnaires were not translated. Some were just English, some were English and Korean, but none were Chinese, Arabic, or Persian. Is that true? I know it was TCAT that did this work and U of T, but can you speak to that? Because I've had that feedback several times.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the varying languages you just mentioned were not included for translation. We don't typically do a great deal of translation for transportation projects. In the case of the Bloor Economic Impact Study part that was conducted by U of T and the Toronto Centre for Active Transportation, there was translation for all merchant surveys and pedestrian intercept surveys within Koreatown.
Okay, and then other feedback we heard at PWIC during the deputations were some businesses weren't pulled at all. And when they made that case, it was verified that they weren't pulled, and some businesses were pulled, but not by their actual employees. It was people described as otherwise. So do you have any feedback for the business community in the Bloor area on that issue, that the polling wasn't really every single independent, which is what we were trying to achieve, is we wanted to make sure every retail outlet was consulted with. Can you give us some highlights on that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, staff certainly made best efforts to reach all businesses. My staff personally went door to door to drop off notices and ask questions of businesses several times. I know also that the methodology of the economic impact study that was conducted by the Toronto Centre for Active Transportation and the U of T involved going door to door up to 4 times, asking to speak to either the manager or the business owner, and not accepting responses from just people at the cash desk and that kind of thing. So they went back 4 times, and if they couldn't get a response, also left contact information for the businesses to get in touch with them to arrange a phone interview.
Okay,
so
and
I
again,
understand
yes,
that best efforts were made.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Yesterday I spoke to some businesses that actually reached out to me. They said in the last week and a half, 2 weeks, ridership has dropped by half. They're on the street observing this. I guess it's, we're heading into the cold winter season. Do you have any comment on that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we do see as temperatures get colder and weather is less enjoyable, we do find winter usage of cycling facilities does drop. At the Bloor East to Castle Frank location, we find that the volumes are about 22% of summer volumes in the winter time through the winter months of November to April, and on Sherbourne it's slightly higher, ranging from about 28% of summer volumes there too. So we do see less people riding through the winter months, but there still is a volume of cyclists riding during that time.
Okay, and then just a tweet, there's a couple tweets went out. I understand they weren't supposed to in advance of Council's decision. One again talked about the 4.45% growth in customer spending in the pilot area. But just to clarify, my understanding is that is indeed true. That's factual. But the city's overall growth went up 5%. I just want I want people to know the truth.
The overall growth of spending went up by 4.96 citywide, about 4.45% in the pilot area, and slightly less in 2 control areas of the Danforth and around Bloor pilot.
Can you just name those areas so that everybody's clear?
Yeah, the area surrounding the Bloor pilot, noted by postal code, went down, went up by 3.73%, so slightly less than the Bloor pilot area itself. And the control area of the Danforth Avenue between Broadview and Chester, that area went up by 2.21%, so it's quite a bit lower growth, about half the growth of the 4.45% in the pilot area itself.
Okay, and my last question is pedestrian and cycling near misses. So near miss collisions, my understanding as per the report, went up, with pedestrians having near misses with cyclists on the cycle lane. Any comments on that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, overall number of near misses or conflicts went down for all road users by 44%. The amount between drivers and cyclists went down by a much higher number of 61%. The amount of pedestrians and vehicles went down by 55%. The proportion of ones between pedestrians and cyclists near misses did go up by 61%.
So just to be clear, Councillor Robinson, this really will have to be your last, because earlier I had an error in setting your clock, so you're actually over the 5 now.
So I just want to clarify, so pedestrian cyclist collisions went up?
As a proportion of all near misses. It's not collisions that we're looking at here, it's near miss. They're conflicts. It's analysis about potential collisions, and the overall number went down. The proportion of those that were between pedestrians and cyclists, the proportion of those went up slightly.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, we're going to go back, if this microphone will work, to Councillor Davis. Deputy City Manager Livy can now come to the floor, and you have about a minute and a half.
I just wanted to ask, when we approved the 10-year cycling network plan, there was a motion to bring forward recommendations for the initiation of a major corridor study on Danforth at the same time as Council considers the findings of the Bloor Street West Bike Lane project in the third quarter of 2017. There are no recommendations to initiate a study, but the suggestion also was to consider cycling infrastructure as part of the currently underway Danforth Avenue planning study. So is it your view that it is possible that recommendations could arise out of that avenue study related to bike lanes on Danforth?
So, Madam Speaker, in the area from Coxwell out to Victoria Park, which is the first phase of the avenue study, we're looking at built form, and we're also looking at public realm and road cross sections in a complete street sense. So you would expect that, given the nature of having to integrate the type of movement on the street and the type of built form that we have, recommendations around pedestrians and cycling and vehicular movements in a general planning sense that could be later refined in a corridor study to get specific cycling facility infrastructure implemented.
So recommendation could come from that study?
Yes.
Prior to the next term of office?
The planning study phase 1 is due to come back in the spring of 2018.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Fragadakis.
Thanks very much, Madam Deputy. Just to follow up with staff, page 9 of the report notes that the number of bike-pedestrian conflicts was found to have increased by 61%, which is a very concerning number. So I'm actually really pleased to see that recommendation 6 calls for transportation to identify modifications to improve the accessibility and safety of pedestrians. So I was wondering what that might entail. Do we have, for example, things that are used in other parts of the city or in other jurisdictions that might work and be adapted for use on this stretch of Bloor Street?
Through you, Madam Speaker, this is a challenging nut to crack to address the conflicts between pedestrians and cyclists, because in this case, the analysis showed that these near misses happen because people are jaywalking across the cycling facility. So it's a matter of a culture shift in terms of understanding where the cycling facility is and having cyclists make sure they're behaving in a way that's appropriate in terms of the speed that they're traveling along the corridor as well. So it's a mix of pavement markings to make it very clear where people who are walking and crossing the street, that they're aware that they're crossing the cycling facility mid-block, and having appropriate buffer space for them to stand before they make their next crossing across a motor vehicle lane, and then also some campaigns of behavioral change.
So you have, other than attempting to change people's behavior, do you have anything else to propose that works in some other jurisdiction?
Green paint can be one thing that we do, so pavement markings in the cycling facility itself, and paying attention to the width of the buffer space so that people can stage their crossings as they cross.
Okay, so on page 10, the report notes that as a result of this data and follow-up field observations, signal timing adjustments were implemented to optimize traffic operations along the corridor. This helped to reduce by half the increases in the peak period direction travel times. So can you tell us more about those signal timing adjustments, and what were they specifically, and were they made at all signal lights in the pilot project area?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we looked at the before volume and travel times and the after travel times and volumes and the signal timing, and made changes, I believe, to 9 signals. For the most part, providing more east-west green time for vehicles traveling, but at one location actually doing the opposite and providing more north-south green time, so that when vehicles are clearing through the intersection, they can do so efficiently. So we made some modifications to that, a few seconds here and there to make that move better, and that achieved some reductions. And I'm getting confirmation that, yes, it was 9 locations where we made signal timing changes.
Okay. On page 16, it notes that people with mobility disabilities raised concerns about challenges for accessible loading at some locations. So I didn't see a lot in the report about seniors nor about people with mobility issues. So I was wondering, are there any outstanding issues that we might address to help improve the situation with respect to their use of that section of Bloor Street?
This is certainly something, through you, Madam Speaker, that we would like to address through a potential design of a permanent facility. One issue that we anticipated before the introduction of the pilot was by putting in some accessible wheel-trans parking and loading area. Another one that came up during the pilot area near Huron, we addressed during the pilot, so we put in a new curb cut and the appropriate loading space for that to happen. Those are the only ones that we've heard and needed to address so far, but we will work further with the community to find out if more improvements can be made.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mihevc, questions?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to focus on the economic impact, just so that, because there's some misunderstandings out there. When the city partnered with TCAT and the University of Toronto, was this reviewed by just yourselves, or did other city departments also review the methodology?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Council directed staff to partner with the local BIAs on a study that they already had underway for the economic impact of the bike lanes on Bloor Street with the Toronto Centre for Active Transportation. At the time we were directed, the direction specifically said transportation services and economic development and culture should work with that BIA, and so that is what happened. Both staff from both divisions sat down and worked through the methodology in that partnership.
So would it be fair to say that the city, or at least city staff, remain confident in the study and its methodology?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's correct, Councillor.
Okay, so on top of that was layered the Moneris data. So why did the city city staff undertake to get that data?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the additional data from Moneris provides additional insight into the transaction spending that takes place in that area. Actually, one of the recommendations in the study done by TCAT and UFT was to look into that additional data point, which provides just another point of data to consider.
And there was a consistency between our data, the Moneris data?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it certainly provided the same trends that customer spending had increased.
Right. Now, did the retail transactions in this case increase at a higher rate than, say, accompanying streets, nearby streets? Probably that's more important than citywide trends, like a Harvard or a college.
Through you, Councillor, we didn't drill down on a street-by-street basis, but yes, the customer spending increased higher on the Bloor pilot area than it did on the Danforth control area or in the area surrounding the pilot.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. That's very, very helpful.
Thank you. If I can have the members of council that are up, Councillor Matlow? Councillor Matlow. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes, thank you. I have a few questions. I want to focus in on the financial, the Moneris data for a second. What are we supposed to take from this idea? You said that customer spending has increased. Are you attributing that to something?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I wouldn't attribute it to this project. There are a lot of factors that impact the economics of the city. What it shows us is that the trend is growth, just as it is citywide.
Are you saying that the bike lanes haven't affected the businesses on Bloor Street? That's the reason why we're doing this, to have some sort of analysis, is it not?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I couldn't say that the bike lanes haven't affected business, because we've heard from certain businesses who have felt the effect and have indicated that to us. We've also heard from other businesses that have felt a positive effect. So we went to seek Moneris as a data point to add to that conversation.
I see. So you're not saying anything out, you're just putting that information out there as a random piece of information then?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think it's analogous to what we do in terms of getting survey opinions on transportation. So we ask people how they travel, and then we also measure how people travel and take actual hard data. And so that was the issue, is that through the University of Toronto TCAT study, there was a lot of survey work that was done, which I think was quite appropriate, but we also wanted to find some hard data that we could on economics to add to the conversation.
You're also aware that spending on Moneris has gone up province-wide, yes?
Probably true, yes?
Probably true?
Well, if you say so, I don't know that specifically.
Are you aware that there's been a study done by Moneris, and their transaction increase has been 36% in the last 12 months?
I was not aware of that. Doesn't surprise me, but I was not aware of that.
Would you be surprised that that's because more people are using Android Pay and there's a full rollout of the Apple application?
Through you, I would not be surprised at that, and also what we found in terms of the actual size of each transaction going down is on trend with what we're seeing of people tapping for smaller and smaller transactions.
So we should contemplate that whether we're deciding whether the business has gone up or down. The 36% increase is a massive increase, not because of bike lanes, but because of people just actually having more technology in their hands.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I believe, and I, again, wasn't here at the beginning piece of this, but I believe that the reason to get the economic analysis, both through the survey work and through the Moneris data, was simply to show that the change in transportation did not have a significant impact one way or the other on the businesses.
My next question, and this is my final question as it relates to Moneris, I hope. So you said 1/3 of the businesses on the area in question use Moneris. That's what I heard you just say. Is that correct? Just confirming that.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that is our understanding, yes. From
So that would mean that 2/3 don't use Moneris.
Through you, that's true.
So that would add to Councillor Campbell's analysis when he's gone and spoken to most of these businesses, when they say they're losing 20% of businesses, 20% of their revenue. And those are these stores that actually don't use that technology.
Through you, there's also cash sales and checks and other things that this data does not entail. It doesn't include.
Yeah, the other thing I want you, so you mentioned that in the winter time there could be up to 75%, there's a 75% reduction in cyclists in the wintertime on the bike lanes.
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, that's correct, Councillor.
So we're going to be putting in these bike lanes permanently, and in the winter months, like even right now, you could probably have maybe not 75%, but you could have a 60% reduction. You're going to have actually more people driving because it's colder and the weather's inclement, so you're going to have more people on the roads and hardly anybody on the bike lane. So someone's going to be sitting in their car in traffic, waiting an additional 4 extra minutes getting home, while in this empty bike lane, there's going to be hardly anyone there.
And your question is?
Is that not right?
That's not correct, Councillor.
Why not? Tell me.
We would anticipate that there would be about 70% less, and we would agree with that based on the understanding we have of winter cycling volumes at other locations. But we see some benefits in there being safety improvements for cycling and keeping facilities on in the winter. And the other key point is that even with a 70% reduction, Bloor would still be within the top 10 of bicycle facilities in the city.
I'll speak to this.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on a question from Councillor Davis about the corridor study for the Danforth came out, then it went back in, and it was to be reported now, but there isn't that report, and you're saying that you don't have the funds or capacity to initiate that, even if we wanted to initiate that this year. Do I have that right?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the direction from Council at the time that the 10-year cycling network plan was approved for staff to make recommendations about the timing of the initiation of a major corridor study within this report in conjunction with the evaluation of Bloor pilot bike lanes. And we've included discussion on that item within this report, indicating that given our work plan, particularly as it relates to the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund, we do not recommend and we cannot integrate into our work plan the initiation of a major corridor study for the Danforth until we report back in early 2019 on the 2-year review of the 10-year cycling network plan.
Sorry, the 2-year what?
The 2-year review of the 10-year cycling network plan.
I
which will
can't
come-
hear you. Too loud. Speaker, it's too loud. I can't hear Miss Galati Hayward. And I just lost a few seconds. I can't hear because Go ahead. Repeat that last part, please.
We've included within this report a staff recommendation to state that we would return in Q1 of 2019 on the appropriate timing to initiate a major corridor study on the Danforth Avenue.
So you'll tell us at 2019 when you could start and what type of resources you would need.
That's correct, Councillor.
And so one of the motions that was made about the Danforth corridor study was to look at Danforth as a complete street. You are aware of that motion?
Yes, Councillor.
Do you refer to that anywhere in the report today?
Not specifically, Councillor, but my staff are actively involved in the Avenue study and the notion of it being taking from a complete streets perspective and looking at early stage planning options for bike lanes on Danforth should that planning study recommend it.
Are you speaking about the Phase 1 planning study?
I am, Councillor.
I think, are you aware that that's a Phase 1 that's only for a section of the Danforth?
I am, Councillor. I understand city planning.
So are you recommending that we don't have a Phase 2? How many kilometers is the Phase 1 planning study?
I know it is from Coxwell to Victoria Park. I'm not aware of the number of kilometers that is. I understand that city planning is considering or is planned to be starting a Phase 2 between Coxwell westerly to Broadview, subsequent to Phase 1.
And Phase 1 is a planning study. It's not a corridor study. Is
That's
that
correct,
correct?
Councillor.
And the that's an 8-kilometer stretch. Or you're not aware it's 8 kilometers from Coxwell to Victoria Park?
I'll trust that from you.
And that the other section is 4.8 kilometers from Broadview to Coxwell. So we definitely have 2 large sections. One of them, would you agree that, and I have no idea, you aware how the planning study is put together and who the stakeholders are?
I am, Councillor. My staff are on the study team.
They're on the study team, but it's not a corridor study. It's basically a height and density planning study for the Danforth.
With consideration for complete
Are you
streets.
suggesting that it be used for the corridor study?
No, Councillor.
Take the place of that?
No, Councillor. That study addresses, as the Deputy City Manager indicated, a planning level vision for complete streets for that section of the Danforth corridor. We would recommend in 2019 about the initiation of a major corridor study.
We would be able to look at complete streets for the 4.8 kilometers through planning, and then you could initiate your corridor study after that. They're 2 separate things. I just want to be clear, because you're not leading the planning study, are you?
No, we're not. They're absolutely separate things, Councillor, but they're certainly related. One builds on the other.
I'm sure that and in your, I could ask planning, I'll ask the planning for the Phase 1 in amassing the stakeholder group. How did that get put together? Do you have multi-languages on the stakeholder group?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I believe so. We've consulted with the area councillors to assemble a stakeholder group that's representative of the community.
And how many languages are there on that stakeholder?
Specifically, I can't answer your question. I don't have that information in front
Would
of
you
me.
like to hold my time while they find that out, please? Thanks. Okay, no, they can come back and answer that later. Thank you.
Because I don't think they have that information. Councillor Holliday?
Thank you, Speaker. To the General Manager, the Martin Goodman Trail is the bicycle trail along the lakeshore. Is there a speed limit on it right now? Cycling speed limit?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, 20 kilometers.
20 kilometers an hour. We heard today a number of questions that were brought up about the speed of cyclists that go along that stretch. Would it be feasible to implement a speed limit similar to the Martin Goodman Trail, given some of the statements that we've heard today about bicycles that have gone really fast?
Through you, Madam Speaker, because it's within the road right-of-way, it's subject to the speed limit that governs the right-of-way overall.
Could we make our own rules since they are separated lanes?
Through you, typically, we like to deal with the speed issue through design and, not so much through the addition of multiple speed limits in any
So
corridor.
how would we deal with cyclists that are moving relatively too fast and creating an unsafe condition?
Well, through you, Madam Speaker, in some locations we have examples. I'm familiar with Roncesvalles where we've done some modifications to the cycle track so that it meets the transit shelter and therefore has somewhat of a grade shift that helps to manage speeds, and I believe the same is true on Wellesley.
Okay, different line of questioning. Through you, Speaker, again to the General Manager, you recommend in this report that we maintain the Bloor Street bicycle lanes, cycle lanes.
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes.
Would you call this pilot a success?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes.
So there are four major areas or four criteria in the report that talk about evaluation. So the first is the effect on the cycling environment. The first component of that is that there's a stated preference on survey safety. Most people felt that they were safer. That's correct.
Correct.
So that's a pass. The next criterion is cyclist volume counts. So according to the math, my math in the report, if you net out the number of people attracted to the corridor, the number of trips, it's 371, and I think we heard that was 3%. Would you call that additional volume a success?
Through you, as new cyclists added to the corridor who have never been on it before, yes, that's an increase, so we would call that a success.
So would one new cyclist be a success criteria?
No, and through you, we've indicated that there's a trend as opposed to hitting a hard number. We know that there's been a significant increase in terms of percentage overall. People shifting their trip to a facility that they feel more comfortable cycling in, and I would suggest that's a success.
But 3% was acceptable.
As a new cycling community, that level of increase is successful.
So the motor volume vehicle counts were reduced by 3,888 on Bloor and by 1,837 in the corridor. Would you deem that a success?
Through you, I don't know that I would say it's either a success or not a success, quite frankly. The motor vehicle trips will shift in the corridor. For me, the success is around the safety and whether the drivers report feeling safer traveling in that corridor with a more predictable cycle facility, which they have.
If that was an evaluation criteria, then why did we look at it?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we always look at the impacts on on the traveling public. In this case, the interest was fairly significant, and we worked with Council to establish those criteria. The other piece that we looked at certainly was travel time, and while travel time did increase, we were able to manage travel time through modifications that we made to the infrastructure, which I would say is a success in terms of being able to manage that actively, and some changes that we would make if the project were to go forward that we would be able to get that even further.
My calculation on the delay, the vehicle delays, was 40% reduced to 20%, and from 80% reduced to 40%, empirically as a percentage. So 20 and 40% delay time over a 10 to 11 minute trip, is that an acceptable performance criteria that you would say that that's a pass, check, that it was a success?
Through you, 2 minutes additional and 4 minutes additional does not seem like an undue burden on drivers given the other
Wasn't the question, is
successful
20
features.
and 40%, is 20 and 40% okay?
In the context of all of these data points, I would say that that is a reasonably successful outcome.
Okay, one other criteria was the effect on curbside demands and parking. So parking was at 100% utilization on the street and 85% utilization on the surface lots. It is now at 100% everywhere, maxed out. Is that a success, that we've maxed out the parking in the area?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I don't know whether it's a success or not a success. I'm eager to ensure that people who want to be able to park and access businesses and other activities in the area have a location to park. We continue to work with TPA to see that we can find additional locations and manage that parking as successfully as we
last
can.
question, given some of the concerns and some of the things brought up in the Public Works and Infrastructure meeting by some of the business owners about taking a very narrow approach, and I respect that you measured what you could, which was the Moneris data. Would you say that given the concerns about not polling cash receipts of the different businesses along Bloor Street, that we have indeed checked off that it's been a success from the perspectives of the business in protecting people going to those businesses?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I heard a number of respondents at the PWIC who felt that the bike lanes were a positive to their business and some who felt were concerned about it. In terms of the level of economic data that we gathered, I've not known another project of this type to gather as much hard and anecdotal data from businesses to demonstrate the impact of this particular issue.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. How many businesses in the whole stretch will this affect?
Through you, Madam Speaker, there's approximately 600 businesses, including ground floor and upper, in the pilot area.
And you've talked to how many of those through the Speaker?
Through the Speaker, I don't have a tally of how many we've talked to. I've had my staff go door to door with notices to drop them off and talk to as many as would talk to us.
I mean, going to drop a notice off and actually asking a question or two, that's a little different. So could you guess? Did you speak to 100, 200, and actually gather data from them?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the process of gathering data from the door-to-door visits of businesses was part of the Toronto Centre for Active Transportation study. They spoke to 191 out of 285 businesses in the pre-test, and in 2 of the post-tests, 175 out of 287 and 159 out of 276 in those areas. And those were all just the ground floor businesses, so about 2/3 of businesses were actually spoken to.
We collected
and
information
collected
from
information
the
from
business.
them through a methodology.
And that
was
is
sound.
available for somebody to take a look at.
It is, Councillor. It's part of the economic impact study that's posted on the web.
Okay, my next question is, what is this going to cost us to maintain over the years, the bike lanes? What would the annual cost be?
Through you, Madam Speaker, there are no current changes planned to the actual pilot facility. What we would be doing next year, because there's going to be a capital project to reconstruct Bloor Street in 2019, and that would be the time, and we would come back with those costs to look at what it would cost to make the facility permanent. As part of that.
My question through the Speaker to staff is the following. You need to get a special snow clearance, like a bobcat on there, which is not part of what we use right now. You will need to get special equipment in order to maintain the bike lanes. What would the final cost of this be yearly? Can you estimate?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we actually do that snow clearance with that equipment right now on all the cycle facilities that we have in the city. So it's not an additional cost other than staff.
What will it cost us
managing.
on Bloor Street? That's my question, please, through the chair.
Through you, Madam Speaker, when we reported to Council initially, we had just identified the financial impact of winter maintenance costs at about $7,000 per kilometre and sweeping costs at about $12,000 per kilometre. So for this facility, it's about $95,000 annually, which is incorporated into the winter maintenance costs in our existing operating budget.
When we have cars on the road, how much money do we generate per kilometre of the cars using the road? I mean, they pay their stickers. Some of that money comes to us.
Through you, Madam Speaker, those funds go to the province. They do not come to the city.
We don't get anything?
We do not.
Okay, thank you very much. What does it cost us to... Can you point of order, Madam Chair?
Yes. Councillor Layton, please.
My apologies.
Okay, thank you.
Accepted. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope I do, this is educational questions. If Councillor Layton has them, that's fine, but I'd like to get an answers to them. Madam Speaker, through you to staff, what's the cost per vehicle in the length of time that it was added to make that trip? Cost in gas?
Through you, Madam Speaker, you mean the cost of the delay of additional...
Well, there's going to be a delay.
You've
stated that there's a delay on the vehicles that being able to go across. What's the cost?
I don't have that cost per vehicle.
Well, what's the estimated cost for the area? What is going to be the actual, the estimated cost to the person that drives in that area?
Through you, we did not estimate the cost of travel as part of our data.
But there will be an additional cost. Would I be correct in that?
Through you, I don't know that there would be an additional cost of, other than the daily cost of travel, which somebody who decided to drive would have a car and they'd have insurance and they'd have gas.
People that will be driving that stretch will still be driving the stretch.
Through you, if that's how they choose to travel.
I mean,
yes.
has there been a vehicle drop in using the stretch?
Through you, there's been some shift in the volumes on Bloor Street, yes.
So these vehicles would have gone where?
Through you, the decrease could be that people shifted their trip to transit. They could have shifted to another corridor. They could have shifted to cycling or walking.
Okay. So there is an additional cost. I see my time's up, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. 3 very brief questions, and I'll direct them to the General Manager of Transportation Services. The first question is this the most comprehensively studied transportation project in the City of Toronto, in its history, to your knowledge?
Through you, Madam Speaker, to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Has the bike lane on Bloor made the street safer?
Through you, Madam Speaker, all the indices that we have, we did survey data, we talked to drivers who said they felt safer traveling with a more predictable cycle facility. We talked to pedestrians and cyclists as well who said they felt safer on the corridor. So yes, I would say that overall cycling conditions are safer.
Okay. And as the General Manager of our Transportation Services Department, in your professional opinion, should we as a council make these bike lanes permanent?
Through you, Madam Speaker, our recommendation, and I concur with our recommendation in the report, which is to make the lanes permanent.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi, I know that you have a motion that's urgent that you need to introduce.
And it's ready?
Yes.
Okay. So, Madam Speaker, staff have asked me to introduce this. This has some urgency to it. I think there's a need for us to be dealing with it even today because there's an OMB hearing as we speak. And I understand that there's a confidential report that I think everybody should look
Thank
at.
you. On favor? Carried. Thank you. We'll go to speakers now. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me begin by thanking our City of Toronto staff for all of their hard work and time. This has been a monumental effort on the part of our Transportation Services Department, and I want to extend my most sincere thank you to each and every member of their team. In addition, I want to thank the residents of our city, the Residents Association, Cycle Toronto and Bells and Bloor for all of their hard work. I cannot overstate the significance and importance of the decision we're about to make today, because for 40 years, people have been working to make bike lanes on Bloor permanent. For 40 years. I grew up just off Bloor, cycling on Bloor. I live just off Bloor today, and I ride it still. And our city staff have stated unequivocally that bike lanes on Bloor not only work, they worked well and should be made permanent. And I agree with them completely. Bike lanes on Bloor should be here to stay. For too long, and I'm sure that our debate here today will bring many of these discussions back, but for too long, bike lanes in our city have been seen as divisive. They shouldn't be. When you build a bike lane and you design it well, it is a win-win for everybody, and that's what this report has shown. This pilot project has been the most comprehensively studied transportation project in the history of the City of Toronto. The history of this city on a transit project. And the evidence is clear. More cyclists are using the lane. In just 1 year, the Bloor bike lane became the second most popular bike lane in the entire City of Toronto. More than 5,000 people ride it daily in 1 year. Wait until next year. It is safer for everybody. 85% of cyclists now say they feel safe riding on Bloor. Before it was installed, it was 3% of cyclists. 66% of drivers say they feel safer driving on Bloor. Before the lane, it was 18%. Near-miss collisions are down between cyclists and drivers by 44%. There has been an impact, although a minimal impact, on cars. Over the course of the study, we've been able to reduce in half the impact on travel times. In half. And is an extra 2 minutes worth it to make a street safer? You betcha. It absolutely is. Now, on business, there's been a lot of conversation about business. We in this city have never in our history undertaken an economic impact study on transportation services, but we did that here. We had a study carried out by TCAT and the University of Toronto, a professional study that was peer-reviewed and our city of staff say was done right. And it said they worked for business. We then solicited Moneris data, and Moneris data, the largest provider of transactions, said that business was up. Is business up across the city? It is. Was business up higher here than compared to the adjacent streets of Bloor and Danforth? It was. So there are some here who will say they don't want bike lanes on Bloor. And they will find concerns in this report and latch on to them to say that's the reason. I would ask those who don't like bike lanes just to be honest and say you don't want bike lanes on Bloor, because the report, if you listen to the data, is clear. Now, is this bike lane perfect? It is not. It was a pilot, for goodness sakes. We threw down some paint and put up some bollards. That's all we did. But by making it permanent and improving the design, we can actually make those permanent adjustments and changes so that we can improve the issue of pedestrian safety, which is an area for improvement, so that we can improve business loading and deliveries, which is an area for improvement, so that we can improve issues related to accessibility. We can do that by making it permanent. You can't fix it in a pilot. Now, 10 years ago, if you'd asked the local community what they thought about bike lanes, you wouldn't have got a resounding response. Today you have. All 5 local residents associations have endorsed the pilot. 2 of the 3 local BIAs have endorsed the pilot. The University of Toronto has endorsed the pilot. Hot Dog Cinema, the ROM, the Bloor Street Cultural Corridor, they've all endorsed the pilot. Is it unanimous? Of course not. But the people of this area have spoken. Now, our city, it is growing, and we have a fundamental responsibility to redesign our streets to move people and move people safely. That's what we're doing here. It's a big decision. It's taken us 40 years. I want to thank and commend the mayor for his thoughtful, data-driven support for it, and Councillor Layton for his work always. Now, the time is to make these lanes permanent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to just refer to some of my motions that I passed at Public Works. And I'm not really going to stray far from what I said at Public Works through my questions and speech there. But a number of motions and recommendations from staff were put forward. And one of the things we definitely want to do is tackle the traffic flow. So as Councillor Cressy said, they're far from perfect.
Councillor Robinson, your time is on hold. I believe you have a motion.
You're right, I do. I do have a motion. Here it is.
Okay, can you read it?
I will. It's also on the screen. So my motion is to request the General Manager consult with the Annex Business Bike Alliance, who feel like they've been left out of the process, on changes to the cycle track design in 2018 in advance of the 2019 capital works on Bloor Street West. So I will explain that in a minute. So basically at Public Works, put forward a number of motions to look at traffic flow, to look at green area markings and conflict zones. Something near and dear to my heart, and also Councillor Frakadakis, is the near misses with PED cyclist collisions. Those have gone up, and we need to address that because we all know pedestrians are our most vulnerable road users, especially people with mobility issues and seniors. I feel strongly that the process is as important as the outcome. Some referred to this report as glowing, but I again feel it's far from perfect where we're at now. I think it's very important that the city manager review some of the aspects of this study. I think it's critical that we always ensure that we're independent and that we're neutral. When we bring in parties and stakeholders and associations to help us facilitate these things, that we can really feel that we can stand behind the data, which has been challenged, and the analysis has been challenged. You've heard multiple stories. We heard many at Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, and I think it's important going forward we ensure the independence of the organizations involved in these studies. Also on the Moneris front, they're well known as a big retail outlet operator, Big, that's the transactions they tend to do are for big retail outlets. And if you look along Bloor, you see a lot of smaller shops, ma and pa shops. It's an eclectic street. I'm not sure this was the right choice, but staff felt it was the biggest provider, and so they used them. But I think we all understand the importance of business to the vibrancy of our main streets. We all have BIAs, we all have independent shops. They don't always get along, but I've had a lot of conflicting reports on this. I can't even tell you how many emails and phone calls from businesses in the area, and there's a group that's become established, about a group of 70 businesses. They say it's had a negative impact on their business, and so that's why I'm putting forward this motion to ensure going forward that they are included in the consultation, in the process, in the changes and the modifications that we make to the cycle track design going forward in 2018, and as I said, as part of the capital works. I want to make sure all voices are heard through this process. I'm quite convinced we all do, and they're saying to us, we've had financial impacts. So I think this council needs to send a message back that we're listening, and we're going to continue to ensure that they're included in the process as we move forward. I'm voting for this. I'm supporting this based on two things: safety and the environment. And I hope you'll support the motion I've put forward.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, you have a question, 3 minutes?
Just on a very quick point of clarification, you said the word 70 businesses, and I'm wondering where that number is coming from, because the number that they profess to actually represent is quite a bit lower than that. I know that they've circulated a document that has 70 businesses on it, but just to be clear, or are you aware, that's not a list of members. That's a petition well before the study had concluded about an economic study, so it's not a membership list.
So,
just to clarify, are you aware of that?
So what I have before me, and I've had several meetings with this group, as staff have also met with them the day before Public Works, and I had a petition sent to my office, and as you can see, all of us have this before us, this correspondence. They're saying they're a group of 70. So Mike, Councillor Layton, you're in the area, you know best, but that's what I've been advised.
And you're aware that the BIA, where these businesses are, has an established position about the bike lane, correct?
Oh yeah, I'm very aware.
Okay.
They spoke at Public Works.
Yeah. Okay.
They made a deputation at Public Works.
Okay, thank you.
So I am aware of that.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This has been an overwhelmingly successful pilot project, and I think that I want to thank the staff for all their hard work. I recognize that this was not necessarily an easy undertaking. I don't think we've ever had another project with such incredible scrutiny, and certainly City Council has made multi-billion-dollar decisions with far less information, especially one with value impact, economic generators. And Council has done the same thing with an unjustifiable elevated expressway with, again, less information. So I think what's really important here is for us to sort of get to the very core of what this debate is about. And what I'm hearing from the chamber, Madam Speaker, is that there is an element within the discussion that people just don't generally just like cycling infrastructure. 10 years ago, as Councillor Cressy pointed out, the community wasn't necessarily ready. And 10 years from now, when the face of this chamber will change again, it will also be a different body of decision makers, and I doubt very much that they're going to be asking for this level of scrutiny on a very simple cycling project. Bike traffic is up 49%, and it will continue to grow year over year because the cycling infrastructure is now in place. The sales for Moneros, as recorded, is also demonstrated that it has increased, and I suspect it will continue to grow year over year. Road conflicts are down by 44%. Bloor Bike Lanes is now the second busiest route in the City of Toronto for all bike lane use, and it's actually busier than many transit routes based on daily uses alone. Some councillors will be asking for more data, more studies, more review, more consultation, and just more. That's what I'm going to suspect, given the list of speakers that are now that have now populated the speaker list behind me. I'm going to suggest, Madam Speaker, that this chamber defeat all those motions that are coming forward. We don't need to study this any further. We don't need more public consultation. We don't need to pretend that we're going to go out to get more data, especially if the data that's before us is not good enough, then you probably don't need more. Cities around the world are all pushing to build active transportation, embracing active transportation networks and system. And that means that the modal shift is coming. It is already here. Cities are embracing pedestrianized streets. They are embracing surface LRT, rapid transit routes. They are tearing down their elevated expressway. And so while we go through this discussion about whether or not we need more information and need more data, I think it's actually very important, because later on we're going to be talking about a different item, probably the Scarborough subway and the value for impact study. And there's going to be probably some discussion about whether or not you want to have that information before you. I think you want to ask yourself, how sincere are you when you say yes to one and no to the other? So I really think that the local councillors who've worked on this project need to be commended. This is a project that's long overdue. In our local community in Ward 27, we've been working with staff very quietly. It's certainly not the high-profile pilot project, but on our end, we've been working with staff since 2015, pretty much on the expansion of the eastbound lanes to try to connect it all the way to Sherbourne and beyond. And we've been told in 2015, we have to wait to 2019. We asked in 2016, can we accelerate this? We don't need any more consultation. Our community wants this. We don't even need to study it any further. 2017, 2018, and today I asked the same question, can we accelerate the work? The answer remains the same. So I think it's fantastic where we've landed today. I think this is a very positive outcome, and that was not without a lot of hard work. And I want to thank the local councillors and the local community who have all shown themselves to be extraordinary advocates on what cycling and safe road systems could look like and how they can work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I must say Councillor Wong-Tam is a mind reader. I'd like to move that we refer this item back to the General Manager of Transportation Services to complete a detailed cost analysis of approving the permanent installation of the Bloor Street bike lanes, as well as a winter cycle count, volume count, and a report back to City Council no later than the first quarter of 2018. The challenge I'm having with this, colleagues, is that, you know, in my questions earlier, I asked about the cost of this. And the only cost that we heard about, and the only cost that's in the report, is about removing this pilot project. Well, I'm sorry, but that is inaccurate. Moving forward, in the report on number 3, recommendation number 3, we are asking for traffic signal and intersection modifications. We are asking for changes in setbacks, green area markings, which relatively minor costs there, and then, of course, altering the streetscape to provide curb protection. So, am I in favor of this in general? No, I am not. But I am definitely not in favor of having all the facts in front of us and the capital expenditures we don't even know moving forward. So I think those are very important pieces of information we need before approving capital projects in this council. But in general, to the bike lanes, I do support cycling infrastructure, but I support cycling infrastructure that makes sense and makes sense to my residents. And I think that when you put the numbers together, when you dive into the facts, this is only 370 trips let's give the benefit of the doubt and say this is 370 cyclists. Well, I don't think that warrants the city's most studied transportation project. That came from staff. So we haven't looked at that on our subway extensions. That means we haven't looked at it on the Gardner Expressway realignment. That is concerning to me. So that being said, I will be brief. I think this should be referred back to have that information put back in front of us and then making a decision with all the facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, question on clarification.
Yeah, if we could just have the motion back on the screen. I was going to ask if you would consider deleting the winter cycle volume count. And the reason being is that we did actually move this at Pewick and it carried wholeheartedly to introduce permanent bike count station technology to collect year-round data on cycling volumes along Bloor Street West. And that was well supported, and staff were happy to do that. So would you consider, given that that's already embedded, would you delete that from your motion?
Councillor, I would be happy to delete that at this point. I did have a last-minute conversation with Transportation, and they did inform me of that. I think it's very important that we do that, so I would be happy to delete that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, members, we have a referral motion. So to speak on the referral, you have 2 minutes. Please put your name under request to question staff. 2 minutes. We're voting on the referral. Councillor Cressy.
Please vote no.
Councillor Layton.
I would concur with my colleague, Councillor Cressy. Let's vote no for this.
Okay, on the referral motion. Oh, okay. Okay, so if recorded vote on the referral. Ring the bells.
Councillor Frакadakis, please. Councillor Mamalidi, please. Councillor Mamalidi, may we have your vote, please?
The referral does not carry. The vote is 9-30.
Councillor Mamalidi to speak.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to move that City Council not approve any additional funding for the Bloor Street West Bike Lane pilot project until after the 2018 municipal election. The reason I say that is because this is going to be an election issue, and this is going to weigh heavily on the voters everywhere. And I think that this is going to be very similar to the reversal on the license plate scenario in Boondoggle that took place a number of years ago. I think this is going to happen the same way. So I'd like us not to spend any more money until after next election. I cannot believe how this has been rammed through. I can't believe the amounts of intimidation that are going on in the streets of Bloor Street as well. I cannot believe that businesses have been intimidated to the point where they're too afraid to speak publicly about what's really happening on Bloor Street. And the reason I say that is because I've talked to them. And you know what they've told me? The business owners on Bloor Street have said to me, we wanted to come out and speak against this, and we are being intimidated. If we come out and speak against this, all the little groups that have been established in that little pocket, the BIA and all of the other parts of this equation, they have been told that the councillors, and don't shoot the messenger, but the councillors are very adamant on making sure that everybody lobby against doing business with the business owners if they come out against this. That's what I was told at committee. That's why you didn't hear many of the businesses come out. It's funny to me that the businesses were very furious at one point of this equation, and then like overnight, they didn't come out and speak about it. I wonder why. Well, I know why. I believe them. I believe those business owners that have said that. I can't believe the statistics that are being pumped out here that are just not accurate, in my opinion. I can't believe that we don't even know where the cyclists are coming from in this city, but yet we're quick to say there's thousands of them and we need to build these things because it's on an increase. But when the question was asked as to whether our own study has come to realize where these people are coming from, we can't even answer that question because we don't know. And you joked about it earlier when I asked the question, but we don't even know if it's the same people that are going through there. And even some of us that want the information to see whether or not, in fact, that's the case, we're being denied that video. And so, okay, you got your way, and you're going to get your way today. But at the end of the day, this doesn't finish here, folks. Don't think for a second that you've won this thing. You can pump out your chest, and you can pound it like a gorilla. But at the end of the day, it's going to come back, and it's going to be reversed. And you know who's going to lead the charge there? Politically, certainly I'm going to try to help, Madam Speaker. But I think the businesses are going to come out. And I think the drivers of this city finally are going to have to say something and are going to want to say something to reverse this position on bike lanes in the City of Toronto. Bike lanes do not need to be on our streets. We have forced them onto our streets not because of safety matters, because there's a war on the car going on. And the more people that get upset at the drivers of those cars, the more people that continually hound those drivers, they believe will stop driving on the streets. They won't stop driving on the streets. It hasn't worked anywhere in the world. All you're doing is creating congestion by doing what you're doing. Councillor Wong Tam, around the world they're building highways on top of highways to accommodate the car because this hasn't worked anywhere else. Around the world they're doing it. Even in third world countries they're doing it. Because they've recognized that cars are here to stay, whether you like it or not. You're not going to force them because of a political ideology. You're not going to force them out of the city because of a political agenda that you've got to piss everybody off. It's not going to happen. This study is not accurate. I don't care what anybody says. It is not real. It's been politically maneuvered. And congratulations to those of you that have done it. But we're coming back here, and it's going to be reversed next term of office.
Councillor Campbell to speak.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm going to, from Etobicoke, I'm going to support the bike lanes. I have a motion, however, and it sort of speaks to councillors calling for no more information, which just sort of boggles the mind that someone would say no more reports and no more information. My biggest concern is with respect to the businesses. I think that if you have some data from 1/3 of the businesses from Moneris, I don't think that that's really scratching the surface. I too talked to a number of the businesses. The businesses that I talked to probably 20 or 25 businesses, mostly in the Korean area back in the spring. Those people don't have the kind of data that really would substantiate that their businesses were down, but I believe the sincerity of those people, and I don't really believe that their voices are being heard or reflected in the staff report. People who say that the bike lanes, and this is coming from somebody who's supporting it, people who say that the bike lane, this was overwhelmingly successful, I don't know what they're drinking or smoking, because when you look at the numbers, there's no change in cycling between the three routes that were looked at, Harbord Street, Bloor, and DuPont. There's no change. The cycling pattern is flat. People have just moved around. Now, so why would I support it? Well, I'm supporting it because I rode the bike lanes before they were up, and from Etobicoke, and I rode them after they were up. And after they're up, there's no question that there is a much greater sense of security. And I think we owe it to the people who are coming in from the inner city and using that mode of transportation. As I was riding along, I came up next to a young woman who was probably about the age of one of my daughters. She was coming in from Hyde Park, and I asked her about her experience, and of course she was much more comfortable once you hit the bike lanes. And as a cyclist going home, I got to tell you, I don't know why anybody would want to bike all the way out to Etobicoke from downtown, because it's like hell going out there on Bloor Street. So be that as it may, I think we have an obligation to the cyclists of the city to put this in play, but the numbers are not overwhelming. The numbers are negligible. People have just moved around. So I'm fine with that people have moved around. Maybe more people will use these lanes in the years to come. Cycling certainly is better for the environment. It keeps people off the TTC that's already overcrowded. It's better for health and so on. But it is frustrating for drivers. It's frustrating for drivers to be driving along and see an empty bike lane when the cars are lined up. Now, in regard to traffic, as Councilor Mammoliti alluded to, the traffic actually, there's no change in the traffic between 9 and 4, because between 9 and 4, Bloor is basically only 2 lanes anyway, because you've got parked cars. So what we're talking about is the effect on the rush hour. I noticed when I drove in, because I drove it along Bloor, cars are still moving along at a reasonable rush hour pace. When I rode my bike in, I saw the same thing. Cars are moving along at a reasonable pace. It's not too onerous. I don't think that the drivers are too adversely affected by this. But my main concern, and thus the reason for the motion, to get a little bit more information, is to find out how the businesses are being affected. Because I don't have the confidence from the staff report that a fulsome enough job has been done to ascertain the impact on these businesses. And maybe there's something that we as a city can do to make sure that some of these places are not closing up their businesses, they're not laying off people. Lord knows that people in small businesses are affected by enough external environmental events without having to lose traffic from people who can't park their cars nearby. So I hope you'll support the motion for a little bit more information. I'm supportive of the bike lanes. I think it's an important thing to do for those citizens of Toronto who need that mode of transportation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Lee. Clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you put it up again, please? Your motion?
Can we put the motion on the screen?
Item 7 on recommendation is asking the report to come back to economic development. So what's the difference between yours and
this is
motion number 7 in the recommendation?
It's in the wording. I work with the Chair of Public Works on this. It's in the wording that the city manager determine and implement method. So it's stronger.
No, the City Council direct the city manager to identify methods of supporting and promoting local businesses along the Bloor Street bike lanes and report to the Economic Development Committee. That is what is in the recommendation, item number 7. So what's the difference between yours and this? Other than reporting to a different committee.
Well, I mean, you're not wrong. It's just a little bit stronger language. It's just to determine rather than identify. So it's already been passed by the committee. So it's just, it's how you feel about it.
Thank you.
And how do you feel about it?
I'm very happy with it.
It feels good.
Now, that prompted a number of other questions now. Councillor Mihevik.
Just vote. I'm supporting the lanes there, Councillor Mahavik.
Yeah.
Councilor Mihevik, clarification of the motion.
Well, for someone who's supporting the lanes, I'm a bit puzzled, inasmuch as, and this is the question, staff did, with Economic Development Department input, conduct a very detailed study, and then they cross-checked the study with data from Muneris.
Right.
What, other than this is, are you willing to, being on the budget committee, add another, whatever it's going to be, $10,000, $20,000, because that's what it's going to cost, to do this extra work in the second half of your motion? Are you willing to add that to the budget?
So
you're
that's
part of?
not clarification of the motion, because I'm not sure what part of the motion you don't understand.
I'm wondering whether to support it, and I think if it's going to cost all this money, then that's a kind of bit of a, for information that we've already garnered, that seems to be redundant.
Councilor Mihevik,
That's
clarification.
totally related to the motion, Madam Speaker.
Clarification of the motion.
I'm of the view that it's an important investment to make so that we don't jeopardize jobs and businesses. When businesses close, they close forever and jobs are lost.
There's been no evidence that that has happened, so why?
There is
when
no
are we
evidence
gonna
that
get-
that has happened, but there is evidence that
Transition, yes.
there is evidence that there has been an impact on business, and I think it's incumbent upon City Council to have a clear understanding as to what those impacts are, and I'm not satisfied with the report as it stands that we have a clear picture of the impact on business.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Wong Tam, clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you very much, and through you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to find out if the mover of the motion is aware that there's already 2 economic impact studies completed, and is he now asking for the 3rd economic impact study by way of his motion?
I'm asking for an independent impact study.
So then the
Because
one...
the staff report, to quote Muneris data, that is only pulled from 1/3 of the businesses is, in my view, unsatisfactory.
Would you, but there was also another one that was conducted by the funded by the local BIA, where they hired the University of Toronto to do a independent impact study.
So they hired some students to do a report.
So are you considering that to be, well, the students would have been overseen
Well,
by
I
supervisors.
think they hired professors to do it?
If I can get the councillor's attention, thank
Sorry.
you very much. So are you suggesting that the BIA funded economic impact study by way of partnering with the U of T is not an independent one? You're still asking for a 3rd one?
I am
Is that
indeed, yes.
Okay. And with respect to asking the city manager to determine and implement methods of supporting and promoting local businesses along the Bloor Street bike lane route, that is also the job of the BIA, is that not? We don't generally ask the city manager to go off and promote local businesses along a local street.
You're absolutely. I would gather that you're correct in that. This is, however, somewhat of an extraneous circumstance, in that we are implementing changes to the roadway that will impact their business, and I think it's incumbent upon us to try to mitigate those changes. And if you don't believe that it's important to mitigate the impacts on business, then I suspect you won't support it.
No, I won't be supporting your motion. It looks rather redundant to me. But
Well,
thank
you said earlier you were not in favor of additional information, so it doesn't surprise me.
No, well,
Okay,
we already
thank you
have
very
it.
much. Thank you, thank you. I think we've exhausted that. Councillor Holliday, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. The words to Councillor Campbell, the words support and promote local businesses indicates to me that they need some help. Perhaps there's been some damage. So would you agree that the spirit of the motion rests on the assumption that there has been a negative impact? Do you believe that?
First of all, to be clear, I spoke to the Chair of Public Works. This is something that was passed by the Public Works Committee. This is to strengthen the language. But I would say, from my own experience talking to businesses along Bloor, that there has been a negative impact on their business. The extent of which is still, I believe, is still undetermined, because some of these businesses don't use sophisticated means by which to gather their sales data.
You had mentioned that there was some similar motions at Public Works. Would you concede that Public Works Committee got an earful from some businesses on the street with a lot of concerns, and thus it was easy to support.
That is my understanding.
Wonderful, thank you.
Councillor Pasternak, clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When you say that the city manages to determine and implement methods of supporting and promoting local businesses, are you suggesting that the public sector, that the city should be helping one of the most prominent retail sectors or sections of roadway in the country to help market itself?
So you think that sort of Bloor and Shaw is one of the more prominent retail sections in Canada?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, which part of Bloor are we speaking of? Are we speaking of Bloor and Bathurst or Bloor and Shaw? Or are we speaking of, Bloor and University? It's a long stretch. It's a 3-kilometer stretch, and there's
What
great...
is the clarification of the motion?
There are great variances.
I hope
Councillor,
you read the motion. I mean, it's
there are great variances in the health of those businesses along that stretch.
So are you looking? So you're looking for the city to help promote these businesses, support and promote them?
I'm looking for the city manager to determine what methods would be suitable.
There's a very strong BIA along that route. Are they not up to it, or?
Perhaps not.
Thank you.
Every street? Without helping.
Okay, Councillor DeGiorgio, do you have anything more?
Just a very simple question, Madam Speaker. I'm just taking, have some concerns with respect to the use of the an independent economic impact study. Is it fair to say that perhaps what you're looking for is a more comprehensive impact study?
That's 100% fair to say.
Okay. Thank you. As opposed to an impact study from an economic point of view that may have already been done?
Yes.
All right.
No, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, clarification of the motion.
Yes, I'm trying to ask a couple of helpful questions. So I would like to see an independent economic impact study done as well, but as we all know or have come to realize in this place, he who controls the contract controls the pen. And so I'm just wondering whether, how...
That's spoken as a lawyer.
Well, whoever you give this to will be able to control the consultants who are writing the report, and you may not get the independence, the pure independence that you're looking for. And perhaps...
Okay, Councillor, hold on.
Madam Speaker, it's based on the idea that everybody has their
Councillor, hold on, there's
biases.
a point of order. There's a point of order. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. As the procedures bylaw makes it absolutely clear, we're not allowed to impugn the integrity of our staff. The direction of Councillor Minnan-Wong's line of questioning very clearly did so, and I ask that he withdraw that immediately.
I don't think so. I didn't get that.
Deputy Mayor?
Okay, I withdraw what I said. Is there...
No, but I want to make... You have to ask questions on clarification of the motion. We're just getting... We're off track here.
No, fair enough.
Okay.
How are you going to make sure that... So, Madam Chair, the councillor wants to make sure it's an independent study. And how do you ensure that that's done? Should it not maybe go through as... Wouldn't it be better placed going through the city manager's office?
Yes, it says that, I think, yes.
Is it through the city manager's office? You said economic development, didn't you not?
No.
Okay, thank you. That's it. I think we've answered all the questions. Councillor Kelly to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I support the recommendations that are before us today, and I do so for a number of reasons. The first is that bike lanes, along with other measures, are going to help us shape the new Toronto, the Toronto of the future. In the last century, when I was growing up in Scarborough, life...
The last century?
I grew up in the last century too, Norm. You go, Dad.
I got the response I was looking for, Speaker. I'm
Okay,
pleased.
but
Life at that time, Speaker, was characterized by an explosive population
are we going down memory lane
in the
here?
suburban regions. Thankfully, there's still a laneway there. But life at that time, Speaker, and I'm speaking seriously,
Yeah.
was characterized by an explosive movement of people into the suburban regions. And as a result, the metropolitan government of the day built a lot of roads. Today, and going forward, we're living in a changing Toronto. We're going to be looking at not just attracting more people, but actually housing them in a more intensified way. And the fastest growing neighborhood in this urban region, the GTA, is downtown Toronto. And so we have to make allowance for, in our transit system, in all of its complexity, for that type of growth in order to sustain that standard of living that we have come to enjoy and to expect. And Speaker, we're not only just receiving people in large numbers today, we are attempting to attract what Richard Florida describes as the creative class. It's very important for my colleagues to understand that the City of Toronto today has the highest percentage of its working population with post-secondary degrees. And so if you're going to be housing a large, densely packed population of creative peoples, you have to appeal to them and their sense of quality of life that frankly differs from the suburban one that has characterized the life of this city for so many years. Speaker, along with the bike lanes, I think we have to pay attention to public transit. And I'm an unashamed supporter, Speaker, of subways. Every third world city that I have visited over the last decade that has rocketed into the modern world has done so on a foundation of rapid subway transit. Secondly, I think we've got to make sure that we become as high-tech as we can be in moving people and cars and public transit. And finally, we have to prepare for what I'm sure is just a few decades away, maybe even shorter, for driverless cars. So this is the package, Speaker, that I think this council should be supporting. And while I don't discount the challenges, the problems that will be met as we move in this direction, and suburban drivers are certainly going to enunciate how they feel about this, I would suggest, if I can tweak a slogan that was popular a few years ago, we will have short-term pain for long-term gain.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be supporting the recommendations that were approved at Works. I think they're as much as we want to do. I'd like to know how to improve business, but I would like a report to come to committee, which is the recommendation that happened at the Public Works Committee. That, of course, we want to look at economic impacts. Tell us how you would do it. Bring it to the committee and we'll talk. And that, to my mind, is where you would look at, okay, these are the suggestions for what we want to do about economic impacts in the area. Now that we know what staff's recommendations are, let's honestly evaluate, is what's being recommended the role of the BIA? Is it something we would do in cooperation with the BIA? Or is it something that we should do? Holus bolus, we should do as staff. That's That's a decision to make in economic development based on what recommendations will be made. And so that's why the recommendation number 7 is, as far as I'm going, to simply make up some stuff and implement it is what Councillor Campbell's motion says. I won't be supporting that. I want that consideration, that second sober thought on who should be doing what in terms of economic development from our Committee of Economic Development. So I won't be supporting Councillor Campbell's motion. With respect to another independent economic impact study, I think we got to give our heads a shake. Long before we had computers, even, never mind going back a few decades, the retail market are the greatest data gatherers in the world. All this question of, gee, how can we trust a firm like Moneris? How could they know anything about retail or point of sale anywhere in the world? I am just astounded. What we know, it happens in development from time to time too. We have people telling us, how could Cadillac Fairview possibly know anything about who would buy what from where? They are the preeminent market researcher in the country in terms of who wants to buy what and what method of payment do they want to use and in what volumes and how many transactions and are they small or big. It is payment solutions like Moneris that gather that data because it is their very lifeblood of their business. They are the experts. When we are getting an economic development report in ECDEV on what's going on in the retail market, where do we gather the data from? From those people. They put it out, most often in open source, and that's how we arrive at our solutions that we need to do from a municipality. Suddenly, when it has to do with bike lanes, we're not sure. It's hocus pocus stuff. How can we possibly believe these people? We use their data all the time. That's why we went to them. And they do cover a third of the businesses. And the businesses that we should be listening to are the businesses in 3 BIAs, not one. We're not just talking about Bloor and Bathurst. We're talking about the Bloor Annex BIA. We're talking about the Mirvish Village BIA. We're talking about Koreatown. We're talking about all of the BIAs. I don't really need to go beyond that. I don't really need to go outside that membership. I want to deal with the businesses that are actually putting cash on the table to have a vested interest in the success of their business area and who work with us quite collaboratively and quite responsibly. When there's trouble, they let us know and we get on with it. But when I looked at the data in the report, I looked at it as telling me something not just about these bike lanes, but it really tells us about the economy. The number of transactions in that area has gone up. It would have anyway without a Bloor Street pilot because there is growth in that area. But it would also show us, if we really thought about it, would also show us what's going on in our economy. The young people who frequent all of the exciting places along this strip are engaged in precarious employment. It's half the reason they're riding bikes and not driving cars. And so the size of their transactions is going down. But there are more of them creating transactions. When I walk down Bloor Street, as I do on a weekly basis in that stretch where the pilot is, because I have a consultant that I see there every 2 weeks. When I go there on a Thursday night, it is teeming with vibrance. Young people and people all the way up to people my age, the original pioneers of renovation in that neighborhood, are all up and down that street. You can barely move up and down the sidewalk. I'm not talking about Friday or Saturday night. I'm talking about a Thursday night. There is obviously vibrance there, but there is also, if you really unpack the data that retailers gather every day, it is their lifeblood, you will also see all of those things that are also at play in our economy right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Shan to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually drive to downtown from northeast corner of Scarborough, and as I take the Richmond exit and as I drive down, I see a number of people on bikes going through the wonderful bike lane that exists there, and I actually look at them and feel happy for them. In fact, I'm not angry because they're able to exercise and be able to be physically active and get to a workplace which I can't. And I'm a bit jealous I also feel that they can actually be doing a mode of transportation that is environmentally friendly, which I'm not able to do as a result of lack of proper transit in my area. But I'm not thinking that adding bike lanes as a war on me sitting in the car. In fact, it's me and them and everybody else walking on the street, sharing the street in a way that we are looking forward to a space that is shared by everybody, regardless of where they live and how they choose to get to their workplace. It is, sometimes, I have to confront or chat with some of the councillors who have misconceptions about people who use cars. Sometimes we are assumed to be wealthier, sometimes we are assumed to be doing that out of our own choices, which is a problem. But I don't think supporting bike lanes should be misconstrued to be a war on cars. In fact, those type of characterization only makes our city more divisive. In fact, my ward may not have, and in fact, I haven't heard of anybody who actually from my ward uses the bike lane in Bloor. But that doesn't matter to me. As a city councillor here, trying to determine where the direction is for the city to go, where we want our city to be in terms of leading, in terms of active modes of transportation, in terms of sharing the road, in terms of being able to have a well-balanced city, it's important for me to think of it as a whole. And in fact, go back and explain to my constituents why I decided to support the bike lanes, because it's important for us all to be looking forward in where the direction is, as Councillor Christine Wong Tam said. We are moving citywide in cities that want to be safe and vibrant and lively, moving towards having more active transportations incorporated within the course of our city. So I'm fully in supportive of this motion, the report to kind of make sure that we don't need to go back and forth again and again into more reports and more studies. This was a pilot. It was actually fully implemented to see how it goes, and the councillors have done their part, the staff have done their part, and I'm fully supportive of it. In fact, I would like, same kind of encouragement coming to put more support for bike lanes in the suburbs so that we can actually also enjoy active modes of transportation in areas that are in the northeast and northwest corners of our city, so that our young people going to schools and to play and going to places of worship, the seniors going to places of worship, can actually use active methods of transportation and be healthier. So I'm looking forward to supporting this motion, and as a Scarborough councillor, I can be proud as a councillor to support this motion to make the bike lanes on Bloor permanent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard with interest my previous speaker, my colleague from Scarborough, talking about putting bicycle lanes in Scarborough. I was approached a little while ago about putting bicycle lanes on one of my arterial streets, and I said to the folks, you get 60% of the people in the area to support on, I'll certainly consider it. Never seen them again. So I'm not sure where in Scarborough you can put bike lanes on main streets, but I'll tell you one thing, if you put bicycles on main streets in Scarborough, they probably want to hang you, quarter and drown you. But we're talking about Bloor Street. Bloor Street, Danforth Avenue are streets that have 2 lanes back and forth. Parking is allowed on both sides, what is allowed up to now. And there is people that depend on local traffic as well as traffic that drives in for them to be sustainable. And we did not get clear answers. If you think that Moneris for 30 seconds represents what's happening on Bloor Streets, I got news for you. Give your head a shake. A lot of these businesses operate on a day-to-day basis, and a lot of these businesses operate on cash. You're going to ask me, how do I know? I know, Madam Speaker, because up to about 30 years ago, even less than that, I was running a business on the Danforth. And for people to get up and say that, on Bloor Street 40 years ago, people were asking for a bicycle lane, well, I don't remember that. And if somebody were to get up and say on Danforth 40 years ago, we were asking for bicycle lanes, I have to tell you one thing, there was fights in order to get more parking spaces in order for people to come down and shop. You want to create something that you attract people to come. People that live in my part of the world, if there is a creation that happens on Bloor Street and they want to come down, they're not going to drive somewhere, get on the bus or get on the train, the subway in order to go. That's too far. They'll get on the car and they want to drive down. People in the suburbs are people that need their cars. You need your car to go for distances. Even people are using their cars to drive their kids to school, which is the wrong thing. But saying to people that we're going to cut back and put these bicycle lanes in without having done the due diligence, without having gone and asked the businesses to say, how does that affect you? By only relying on Moneris, by only saying, well, you know, we dropped off notices. And some of these notices, I bet you $5, dollars to donuts, were not even translated. I sometimes help the transportation people translate in my area notices in the people in the local where people read the languages. You know, I mean, translating stuff is very, very important. And I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, if we were to give it some time, make the back lanes and go through a winter cycle, there will be a considerable different opinion. And spending thousands of dollars to put the curbs and all that stuff, we find out in a couple of years down the line that they didn't work, we're going to have to spend just as many thousands of dollars to get rid of them. So I will not be supporting this motion that it says we move ahead. I will be supporting other motions of people that say, let's give it another year, let's get the correct facts, let's make sure that the people in the business speak out. What I'm finding is staff, most of the time, give us information, but the right homework was not done. It's one thing if you go and ask people door to door, and it's another thing when staff show up and say, I got a notice for you, here it is, what do you think? There's a different way that people that run businesses and constituents speak to staff, and there's a different way that they talk to politicians. So I realize that Councillor Layton and Councillor Cressy are saying that they want this for their residents. I'd say to them, just give it a little bit more chance. Give it a little more chance to go through a winter cycle. Give it a chance to make sure that it works. And I'll give them a prime example. In the area of Scarborough Southwest Pharmacy, we passed in this chamber and in Scarborough Civic Council that we will put bike lanes. There was an uproar. It was an election issue. The person that was supporting it is not any longer here. You want to take that chance? Go ahead. But you might want to just take the chance and say, let's make sure that it works. Let's make sure that we got the right stats. Thank you, staff, but your figures are not always right.
Well, Councillor Karygiannis, I think that last sentence was uncalled for.
Madam Speaker, the only thing that I said, if I may, is that their figures are not always right. And if that's a challenge, I'll bring it to you right now, right here, stuff that I've sent today to the Auditor General. We're talking about a 20 million. 20 million. Anyways, this is another day. And I'll ask her.
Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion, and I wonder if I could put that up on the screen. I want to get that up and get it out of the way before I speak. And it's really just to report back to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee based on what I heard today and throughout some of this process about the complaints about behavior of people using these lanes as a speedway or as a highway. And so I know that there are some speed limits on some of the trails in the city, or there's ways that I had asked about calming the way that people behave there, so let's hear more about it. I really want to spend a bit of time talking about this process, and emotions are running high in this chamber today. I know people that may be viewing over the internet can't see that, but if you're in the room, you can tell. And I think the source of that is actually from a year ago. Normally, we're fairly subjective in how we're fairly objective in how we deal with reports that are before us. But for some reason, this report has been very subjective. And that had to do with the discussion about a year ago when, despite some attempts in council, we really failed to put some parameters around what we thought was success with these Bloor Street bike lanes. So I asked the General Manager today a little bit about her recommendation, and I listened to what she had to say, but I actually have a different calculus on this. So I wrote up the Councillor Holyday report card on the Bloor Street bike lanes, and maybe we'll fill it in together. So the first one was the effect on the cycling environment. This is lifted out of the report. We looked at cyclist volume counts. And if you do the math in the report, the sum was left out of the table, but what you'll learn is that there were 371 trips attracted to the corridor. And that's reading the ups and downs of the adjacent bike lanes. And I don't know, whatever that is 190 new people. But unfortunately, if that's only a couple of percent in this whole equation, I really cannot see that as a big win. And I'm sorry, I mean, I have to give that one an F.
Oh.
So, the other thing was a discussion on safety. And you know what? If you close down a lane of traffic, you put some separators, and you dedicate that to bikes, and you separate the vehicles from that, I absolutely concur that that is a safer environment. People feel safer. There's no question about that. And I think that they achieved the objective of that. Absolutely. I will make the point, though, that there was this discussion about collisions and so on, and according to the report, we're still on track to have another 22 collisions this year, but the rate is better, so that's an A.
You only got 2 minutes.
No, we got to be fair.
Yeah.
So trips along Bloor Street, I asked, what does that mean with motor vehicle volume counts? Well, about 2,000 drivers evaporated. Another 2,000 went to the other parallel routes. I guess depending on where you live, that's a good or a bad, but as far as I'm concerned, the motorists are probably from the west end of the city, and they're having it harder to get into the city. That's an F. And the motor vehicle travel time, everyone says, wow, what's a couple of minutes? You know what? It's a 10-minute, 3-kilometer stretch to drive. The delay is 20 and 40% respectively at the end of the day. And if we think about expanding this project, that delay is just going to be 20 or 40% respectively of the longer strip along Bloor Street. But I will say staff worked to reduce that. That's a D. Parking. Parking was near capacity. And now that we have less spots, it's now over capacity. It says it right in the report. There aren't enough parking spaces to go around. Revenue happened to be equal, and that's because the price went up on the parking spaces to try to make up for the lost spaces. So as far as I'm concerned, that's a D. And the last is, and I can't spend a lot of time on this because I don't have it today, but there's a lot of questions about the economic impact from the businesses along there, and I'm just simply going to say incomplete. So to me, this is not a slam dunk, by no means. I think the problem with this discussion that we've heard about is it's been this polarizing thing about the local councillors and the local people there trying to clamp down on an arterial and keeping the cars away, not respecting that it is a major arterial and it's a major route for people like the constituents that I represent. It's their way in and out of the city, and if it's severed, it feels like we are isolated from the city. There aren't limousines going down there. They're not Rolls Royces. They're everyday people just trying to get to work, trying to get to appointments, and trying to move goods. But I think this was summed up in Public Works when I said, what do I tell my constituents when this capacity is reduced? And someone shouted out, take transit. And that was just an indicator of the attitude towards this, that people just don't really care about the situations. It's like saying, let them eat cake. And you know what happened to Marie Antoinette.
Thank you, Councillor Holliday. Councillor de Bearmaker to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be supporting the keeping the bike lanes and making them permanent. The main reason, and I've seen all the facts and figures and combinations and studies and computer chips that were used, in the end, you just have to go there. The lanes work. It's very simple. I've walked beside them. They work. I've ridden my bike on them. They work. I've driven my car beside them and along them on Bloor. They work. They work for everybody. You just have to go there and see it and feel it and observe it, and you know they work. So I can read the report, I can play like a Rubik's Cube with all the facts and figures and percentages, but what I do know from that report is there's about 5,000 people a day riding their bikes along Bloor. 5,000 people a day. There are friends, there are family, there are co-workers. Those 5,000 people a day deserve to get to work safely, like all of us. We want our roads to be in good condition so that when we drive our cars, we can get to roads safely and not get into an accident. We want our sidewalks fixed properly so we're not tripping over potholes so that we can get to work safely. People riding bikes are very vulnerable. When it's you versus a car, a bike versus a car, bike always loses. So to create a separated lane where those 5,000 people a day just on Bloor can get to work safely, I think that trumps a lot of other things. We have to look at the whole spectrum, but certainly for me, safety and people's lives are first and foremost in my decision-making, and that's why I support it. When you look at the staff report, it's 9,200 people on Bloor, DuPont, and Harvard. It's over 9,000 of our family and friends cycling just on those 3 streets. And in the staff report, if you look at just the top 10 routes, doesn't even include the route that I cycle in on, so forget mine, but just the top 10 cycling routes in the downtown core are 37,000 people a day. We can call them 37,000 cyclists a day, but they're 37,000 human beings who leave their doors. They hug their wife or their husband, they hug their kids, they say hi to their neighbors, they get on a bike, and 37,000 of them come into downtown Toronto to do their jobs and to teach and work and do all the things that we want our neighbors to do. And the trade-off for this in the staff report is that in this area, there may be a delay for some of us during the peak rush hour, not at 8 or 10 o'clock at night when many of us go downtown to a cafe or visit friends, but during the peak rush hour, there might be a delay of 2 to 4 minutes. And when I think, well, when it's the hot summertime in August and I'm driving my SUV in an air-conditioned vehicle listening to my favorite music, and I see the people beside me in a dedicated bike lane, and I think, you know what, I might have to take an extra 2 minutes to drive downtown, maybe even 4 minutes to drive downtown, so that those 5,000 people can get to work safely without being harmed. I don't mind. I'm in an air-conditioned vehicle. And when it's January and there's fewer people out on those bike lanes because it's cold, I'm sitting in a car listening to my favorite music, my favorite radio stations, in a warm car that now, because I bought an SUV, has heated seats. I'm driving downtown in an SUV with heated seats, with heat, and listening to my favorite music, and maybe it'll take me 2 to 4 minutes to get to work safely. I'm willing, as somebody out in the east end of the city who drives his car downtown every once in a while, to say, you know what, I think that's worthwhile. I think, Madam Chair, what I know as well, I got lucky, I suppose, in life when I got elected in 2003. They put the Dundas Street bike lanes in 2002. So there's a lot of hemming and hawing and challenging of numbers and saying businesses are hurt when, you know, most of the information says they're not. But I go, well, let's look at where we've had a bike lane in since 2002. Dundas Street East Bike Lane has been there for 15 years. Many of us in the East End drive it. You putter along, it's single file, it's one lane, the bike lanes remove 2 lanes of traffic, there's parking there. And what about the businesses? Well, Madam Speaker, I just listed them because I cycle past them. I thought, well, gee, maybe they're all going bankrupt. But the first one I see on my way home is Leanne Better Bridal. There's a bridal salon there. There's a submarine store. There's a variety store. There's the T-shirt guys. There's the Artist Play. There's a theater company. There's a Pilates and physiotherapy studio, fronting Dundas. There's a design place. There's a sound company. There's a casting business. There's a packaging store. There's a restaurant. There's a theater. There's a project gallery. There's a haircutting place. There's the Jones Avenue Library. There is the 55 Division Police Station. And finally, if you want to know that businesses succeed adjacent to bike lanes, go to the British-style fish and chips. They do a booming business right on that bike lane. You have nothing to worry about if you live in downtown Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bearmaker. And thank you to those who pointed out that it was time. Councillor Fragadakis.
Mesmerized by the...
My name's not there.
Oh, sorry, it disappeared. Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. I did have the opportunity as well to be at committee and to hear the deputations. And there were dozens and dozens and dozens. And virtually everyone came and supported the bike lane pilot project and asked us to extend it. There was one group of businesses, but they were all of the other businesses that were represented by the BIAs who came and supported extending the bike lane. There were independent businesses who came and said, please keep the bike lanes going. The report before us demonstrates unequivocally that the installation of the Bloor bike lanes have improved improved cycling significantly. And I don't think you can say it any better than Councillor de Beermaker just said it. 5,000 people every day are on those lanes. 5,000 people of all ages and all different types of cycling skills who are now using that bike lane every day. And do you know, they're not going to go away once they start cycling. They will continue to cycle because they now feel safe. And as I said at committee, like me, I love to get on my bike now and get into a bike lane where I feel safe and I get the enjoyment of riding my bike to work. And I will do it more, and there'll be more and more and more people like me. You're not going to see a decline in cycling in this city. It is going to grow. And I have watched the Dundas bike lanes. Wow, it starts to feel almost like Copenhagen on Dundas. There are so many cyclists. And the same on Bloor. That lane is fabulous, absolutely fabulous. You get a chance to really experience the sense of what that vibrant urban street is all about. It really is the best way, other than walking, to really enjoy Bloor. And I have to say, Bloor has some very important and significant cultural institutions on it. And one of the most impressive deputations was from the organization that represents all of the major cultural institutions on Bloor. From the AGCO to the Kerner to ROM, there were 12 organizations, all of the major cultural institutions on Bloor. They came and they said, keep the bike lanes for our customers and for our staff. And they, too, were unequivocal. It was a position that had been developed in discussion with all of those member organizations. So local businesses, and clearly from the study, the people who use it feel safer. There was the public perception and the survey that was completed showed more people are likely to use bike lanes. There have been questions about the TCAT study. The TCAT study, when we questioned about the legitimacy, the methodology, whether it was done in a professional way, our staff said that it was peer-reviewed and they fully believed in the validity of that study. So to have anyone around this table say our staff or that study was inaccurate, you have to question what information they had to draw that conclusion, because there was absolutely nothing before us that did anything other than demonstrate it was a valid, compelling, positive outcome from that study. I just wanted to use my last 45 seconds to say my one disappointment was there was no recommendation to proceed with the Danforth corridor study. But I'm hopeful that as we go through the next few months and we look at opportunities for advancing cycling on the Danforth, that we will see bike lanes on the Danforth that will connect with the Bloor lanes in the near future. I see that what we really have to do is to complete this network all the way into Scarborough. I am on the border of Scarborough, the gateway to Scarborough. And there are many people who come into our community from
Councillor
Scarborough.
Davis. Thank
and
you.
that's the next plan and the
you.
next steps.
Okay, Councilor DeBaremaker. But what about the city of York, really? Are we forgetting about that, the West End? Councilor Mihevik.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's kind of interesting, this debate that we're having here. I'm absolutely convinced that just from the speakers and chatting to different folks, that every single member of the Toronto East York Community Council will be supporting the bike lanes. And maybe this is on the occasion of the 20th anniversary of the megacity amalgamation is a cause for reflection. And to me, certainly one of the reflections is that, you know what, we're a very big and complex city, and very different city as well. Certainly, when I'm driving to the airport or driving someone to the airport, and I go through the side streets because the 401 is so packed, and I go through Etobicoke, I can remember thinking to myself, okay, I get it. I get that this is a very, very different reality here. And I get that Scarborough is a different reality when I visit friends and folks in Scarborough. Well, in downtown, we have our own reality. We have a very distinct reality. And the fact that it will be unanimous from the downtown point of view, I think should inform some folks from the inner suburbs that, you know what, you have to, in this mega city environment, you have to understand that mobility is happening differently on Bloor Street and in our more downtown and midtown communities. There's a shift taking place, and it's a shift that's not unlike shifts that have already taken place in very dramatic forms in many, many cities in North America, and of course they've taken place years ago in the major cities of Europe. And it's funny, on the economic side, 90% of the people who are attracted to businesses on Bloor Street come there walking, cycling, public transit. The shift has already 90% if you have the three together. Those are pretty dramatic numbers. Like I cannot see Cressy or Layton or anyone along Bloor Street really trying to hurt their own local businesses. They know that it's vital to their, frankly, political success and to the success of those streets. The shift has taken place, and we need the councillors in the inner suburbs to recognize that that shift has taken place. Just as you would want us to recognize that mobility happens differently in the outer suburbs and the inner suburbs than they do downtown. So, we need to shift the debate from, and I think I've learned this from our transportation general managers over the years, you have to stop talking about you have to rise up a little bit beyond talking about public transit or walking or cycling or vehicular mobility to that larger question of mobility. How do people get around? How can we achieve the most efficiency and the best sustainability for the most folks in Toronto? When you ask that question, then I think all the evidence points towards the bike lane as something that on Bloor Street, as something that we need to do. So, of course, probably no surprise, I will be supporting it. And, I think the numbers are going to change. Right now, it's 5,000 cyclists, noting 20,000 vehicles, noting 500,000 people are going along Bloor Street underground in public transit as well. Those numbers are going to shift in the years to come. The bike lane has not yet matured. We talk of public transit lines maturing. Bike lanes will mature as well. The trend line, it has already gone almost doubled in 1 year. That will go higher and higher and higher. There's certainly been times when I've had to wait, and I use the lane whenever I can in the summertime or in the fall. I'm not a winter cyclist, but I've used it, and it's gotten busier and busier, and we're on the verge of having to wait an extra red light sometimes as you're waiting because there's so many cyclists there. That trend's going to continue, and I don't think we should hamper the very good direction that came from committee with any of the, frankly, semi-poison pills that I think are really trying to slow it down, throw mud in the tracks to advancing this. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Following up on the heels of the previous speaker, I am inclined to support the cycle lanes. A couple of reasons. First of all, there's no question that there's a need to have an alternative form of transportation for people, primarily in the City of Toronto. When I hear stories from my daughter that, she has to wait to get on the King car, she has to wait a number of cars before she gets on, and she cycles living downtown. The fact that we are building subways going further north and more people are getting on at the north end, and by virtue of subway trains being full by the time they get to Davenport or even Finch, people downtown are inconvenienced and not able to board trains. So in the context of having a balanced transportation system, it is important that we look at cycle lanes. However, and safety is the fundamental primary issue that we look at when we introduce additional cycling lanes. But we've also seen what are the consequences, notwithstanding that we're trying to achieve greater safety. The consequences when Councillor Holladay introduces the numbers is that, well, it seems that the increase in cyclists goes up by 371, but the decrease in motorists using the same stretch of road goes down by around 2,000. And, you can argue as to whether that has an economic impact or not. I suspect that it does, but that needs to be put aside in the short term. And then you pick up the comment that Councillor Mihevc makes, and he says, the numbers are only going to grow. And you're right, the number of cyclists is only going to grow. But what does that mean? When I drive downtown, I see cycle lanes on St. George's, but I also see that people pass in the bike lanes. And so before we know it, we're going to need double the size of the bike lanes, not simply because cyclists will behave as motorists do, and that is they will require a passing lane. It's that simple. And then all of a sudden, the rules of the road start to become more and more important. And the fact that we need to start licensing all this growing number of cyclists becomes important, it becomes a revenue generator for us. And as people travel longer and longer routes on cycling, and they have to go to work cycling, by the time they get to work, they need a shower. And so not only do we need infrastructure improvements on the roads, but we have to introduce more and more showers in their places of work so that we can accommodate those growing needs. Unless you want to come to work and start smelling. Anyway, those things being said.
You're looking at me. Come on. I'm a rose. Come on.
Anyway.
Oh, my God.
That being said, there will be impacts. We have to adapt as we go, but the costs of doing this kind of thing, sharing space on the roads, will go up. We need to find alternative revenue sources, i.e. user fees for cyclists. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I am not supporting the bike lanes. I was watching the mayor doing his media availability today, and he was talking about how it's taken over 10 years to get these bike lanes in, or more than 10 years. The reason why it's taken this long is because in previous years, council had the good sense, whenever this came up, to say no. And I lament the fact that we may not make that decision today. I can also tell you I asked my residents what they thought of these bike lanes. I asked hundreds of them. Over 63% said they, and I didn't ask a biased question like some surveys, like saying, are you in favor of bike lanes because they'll make cycling safe? You'll get a biased answer. I asked a question, I said, so on the one side, it's going to make it safer for cyclists. On the other side, it's going to increase congestion. Balanced question, 63% said no. And why did they say no? Because it's getting tougher to drive in this city. It's getting tougher to drive in this city. And they know it, and they see this happening all over the place, and they see these bike lanes as a manifestation of taking a step backward. That's what they see, right? I am concerned as well about the subjective interpretation in the report. So you see all these ideas about, how many extra cyclists there are, but when you ask and probe questions, I think Councillor Campbell raised the issue of new cyclists, only 3%. Only 3% of new cyclists. But the staff don't talk about that. They talk about the extra cyclists because that's what they want to talk about. They don't talk about that it's going to take an extra 4 minutes to drive, and if it takes you 10 minutes and you're using Bloor Street, that extra 4 minutes, it's a lot of time. 4 minutes is a lot of extra time every single day that you're going to spend in a car trying to get to your family every night. But staff think this is great because it's only half of what it was. But it's still 4 minutes every single day. So that's, staff saying it's cut in half, that's like saying, instead of my house flooding and being 12 inches deep, it's 6 inches deep, my house is still flooded. So, and to the councillors heckling, saying that nobody's drowning, well, you know what? This city is drowning in congestion. It's getting tougher and tougher to get around this city, and what do we do? What are we doing? We're making it worse. This is, this idea, I can tell you, I'm not against bike lanes. I was the first guy to put a bicycling network forward in the city and accomplish it for 10 years. Former mayors Layton talked about it, David Miller talked about it. Lastman, not Layton. There's a big difference. Big difference. I'm getting. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was a nightmare I had last week. But so I put it. And you want to talk about success? They're talking about success. We put in, because I recommended through Public Works, Richmond and Adelaide. Okay, so city staff are saying there's a modest increase on these Bloor Street bike lanes. So what did we do on Richmond and Adelaide together as a council? It wasn't a 50% increase. On Richmond, it was a 900% increase. On Adelaide, it was a 700% increase. We put in a network, connectivity. We took them off Jarvis Street because that was a way to get in and out of the city, and we put them on Sherbourne Street. Why? Because the principle behind that, unlike Bloor, is you put it on secondary streets where you're not going to conflict with cars that have to go all the way up to Etobicoke or all the way up to Scarborough. You don't put them on Bloor Street, you put them on Wellesley Street, you put them on secondary streets, and you create a network. No, we shouldn't be doing this. This is what we're doing is, people talk about they're going to be more cyclists. Well, got news for you. They're going to be a lot more cars, and we should be accommodating them, and we shouldn't be taking a stick and poking it in their eye.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to support the bike lanes on Bloor Street. What's interesting, Speaker, is that I took a drive on Bloor Street when the bike lanes. I'll get to that in a second. I've actually biked on Bloor Street as well. On a great many occasions.
Councillor Karygiannis, please stop interrupting.
Speaker, can I have my clock back? Not that I'm going to go to limit, but just in case, right? So I have biked on Bloor, and I've driven on Bloor, and I can tell you that with the bike lanes on Bloor Street, I found that I didn't have to be as cognizant of cyclists. It's kind of like I went through and I was like looking left, I was looking right, but didn't have to pay attention to the same degree than when I used to drive on Bloor Street before. Because Bloor Street was very hazardous. You had people coming into the center lane with their bikes. You had the cars opening and closing their doors, really causing a difficult situation for both cyclists and drivers. So we've heard, and I sat through the Works Committee the other day, and we got all these numbers, and we can all recite the numbers now, by and large, in terms of, the number of parking spaces that you have reduced on Bloor Street, the distance of the cycle lanes at 2.5 kilometers, the number of businesses doing business on Bloor Street, the 600 or so businesses. And I have to tell you, Madam Speaker, and I agree with Councillor Min Wong. He was one of the only people that actually stood up and said why we shouldn't have bike lanes on Bloor Street, because he believes that it adds to congestion, that he believes that it adds 4 minutes to a car trip or a vehicle trip on Bloor Street. I appreciate that, because most folks here have been hiding behind all these other arguments and not really calling it as clear as Councillor Min Wong just did. So I appreciate that. So we lose what? 125 spaces, 600 businesses, 2.5 kilometers. Yes, business. I wanted to talk a little bit about business, something that was really interesting both at the committee level as well. So what I have my good friends on the right, those folks who traditionally say everybody's on their own. A business say you're creative, you work hard, you do well, you should be able to do well, but you should do it on your own. Don't look to the public sector to help you out. All right? Well, it's interesting that those folks today are, and have been saying through this whole debate is, these businesses need the public realm. They need the roadway. We, the public sector, should be there providing these parking spaces to make these businesses successful. And to continue their success, because we care about business. Well, I'm one of those that believes that you do what you can to help when you can, right? Whether it's business or people. I'm one of those that believes that. But I've heard my good friend Councillor Min Wong often say that we shouldn't be in the business of having to help you out. You're not entitled to a parking spot in front of your store on the public roadway paid by everybody everywhere. It's not yours. It's not yours exclusively. But, okay, but we provide that. I agree, we should provide that. And they lose a few spots in the overall assembly of this thing. Congestion. If you put in bike lanes, you have more congestion. Well, you got more congestion because you got more cars, not because you got 350 more bikes. If you got a few people out of their cars and you increase the bike traffic on Bloor Street, presumably you're increasing congestion at a slower rate. I agree with Councillor Min Wong. We're always going to have more and more cars. As you have more and more people, you have more and more cars. That's why we have congestion. So, for those and some of those others that have already been mentioned by some of the others, I'm going to support the bike lanes on Bloor Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. Councillor, but it was entertaining. Councillor Bailao.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief. I wasn't even going to speak because I think that we know the way that this is going, but I find it interesting, and I would like just to comment on the fact that the people that are getting up and saying that they're not voting for the bike lanes are the ones that's complaining about congestion. And my question is, to a city that is growing to the tune of 450,000 people in the next 20 years, if we don't have alternative ways, convenient ways, safe ways for people to get around, how are you going to have another 450,000 residents in this city to get around? So this is not the solution, but it's part of the solution. You need transit, you need bike lanes, you need car share, you need different working hours. That's how you're going to get to deal with congestion in this city. You need to create convenient and safe ways for people to get around and to move around. And I think that's what we're talking about here today, is just one more way to have people getting around. Because a lot of people talked about this congestion issue, but how do you solve it? You're going to build roads on top of roads? So you're going to tell residents that you're going to have a road going on their window? I can tell you how my residents reacted when Metrolinx put a bridge in front of their windows. They don't like it. So we need different approaches, and we need to understand that people want convenient and safe ways to get around. And like I said, that's what we're doing here today, and I'm looking forward to being able to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
3 things to consider quickly. We have peer-reviewed economic data, and it's not good enough. There seems to be no amount of data that will ever be good enough to persuade some members of this council. That's one thing to consider. The second thing to consider, I want us to go back to Councillor Holliday's scorecard. There were scores on parking and scores on business volume and scores on safety. It was presented as if those are all equal things. People die when we don't build safe bike infrastructure. In the last year, I have had 2 fatalities, one on the Martin Goodman Trail and one on King Street, of cyclists. On the safety, we get an A. On saving human lives, we get an A. Nothing else on that report card was as important. And you can't treat all those things as if they're the same. The third thought, and it's a very, very simple thought, we've been told over and over and over again that when we bring in bike lanes, we will have massive congestion problems and businesses will collapse. We went out and collected data that showed that neither of those things happened. We achieved our goals, we saved lives, and we delivered the data that this very council asked for and satisfied the questions that the members of this council asked for. And saying that's not enough and that you want more data meant that you didn't really believe in it the first time. So the time for all of the subsidiary motions is gone. The time for asking for more studies and different studies and other studies is gone. That's all behind us. If you believed that we did the right thing in asking for that data in the first place, and when it came back and said, yes, we are saving lives, no, we're not destroying the business environment, and yes, while there is a little bit of slowdown in traffic, that's the case everywhere in the City of Toronto if you're not paying attention. We didn't cause a disaster. We saved lives, didn't cause a disaster. Stop pretending that there's any more information that you need and support the recommendations from committee and none of the subsidiary motions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon to speak.
Can I have the, can I have this on, please? Right here.
No, don't.
So it's on? Okay, thanks. Okay, so I'm not going to talk to you about the numbers. I'm not going to talk to you about the weather. It's going to go on. I'm not going to talk to you about businesses. For some. Please, feel free to join me. Feel free to join me, 2018. And I'm not going to talk to you about report cards. I'm going to talk to you about safety and road violence. And I'm going to introduce you to some people who are no longer here with us. Sorry. I want to introduce you to Gary Sim, who was riding a bike in the West End this summer when he was hit and killed. Rest in peace. I'm going to introduce you to David De Los Santos, who was riding his bike at King and Cowan 3 weeks ago after dropping his daughter off at daycare when he was hit and killed. Rest in peace. And I'm going to introduce you to Xavier Morgan, who was riding his bike on the Martin Goodman Trail with his grandpa when he was hit and killed. Rest in peace. This is one of the single most important votes you will ever make in this council chamber. Providing proper cycling infrastructure is the difference between life and death. This should be a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
I would like to thank Councillor McMahon for reminding us of the one reason that we should be in this chamber at all. And I would ask all of you, if safety isn't your number one priority, what are you doing here? I'm going to tell you why I'm here. Because I was elected to make life better for residents. I think all of you may share that. But when you look at all the factors, the one that should weigh the most in our decision is public safety. Are all of our decisions leading to a safer place for our residents, their friends, our visitors to our city? I'm here for this. For families like mine. For daughters like mine. For partners like mine who don't feel comfortable cycling on Toronto streets in the community we live, and where facilities like this allow them to do that. Families like mine who drive on occasion, who take transit a good portion of the time as well, but who also would like to be able to bike as a family to get around the city, to get to work, to get to school, to enjoy all of our great city has to offer. I'm here for those families. And I'm going to vote today with those families and those children and those seniors in mind. Because if you go out there and look to who's using Bloor Street now on their bike, it's those people. We're not taking away from the safety of the drivers. In fact, we're enhancing the safety of the drivers. The lanes have improved the situation for many. And I'd like to address some of the points and comments that have been made throughout. Because it seems like those detractors from the lanes are really grasping for anything they can find. Because the data shows cycling's up. Staff, through their good work, have been able to moderate the impact on drivers. We've monitored the parking situation on the street, and we know through our own study that 90% of the people that shop on Bloor walk, take public transit, or they bike. 90%. This community needs this bike lane. It needs the bike lane to stay safe. Because I'm not an anomaly amongst my community. I may be because I sometimes drive. But there are a lot more families like mine and more that want to be like mine, that want to be able to feel safe outside on the road. Now, this is a very contentious issue. It has been probably for the last 40 years. Remember, my institutional memory here goes back before many of you were even here because my parents were here. And they represented some of these communities, and I can tell you, I hear stories about how this probably wouldn't have happened 30 years ago, but a lot has changed. The number of cyclists in our cities changed. The way we think about cities has changed. I would urge you all to vote against the recommendations and the motions that have been made by members of this committee, many of which have political motivations, and instead support the committee, support the staff recommendations and including the recommendations that came out of the Public Works Committee, rather than allow our political motivations to drive us. Let's let the expert data speak. Let's show the world that Toronto's ready. Let's show our constituents that we care about their safety and not just convenience for some. Now, if absolutely nothing else, I would say, what do you got against Amazon? Because those 50,000 jobs are really important to our city. And you know what? We're going to have to tear this page out of the book that we sent Amazon that specifically references the Bloor Street bike lanes as a reason to move to Toronto. I don't want to rip this page out. Councillor Holladay, would you like to turn down 50,000 jobs? Councillor Min and Wong, would you like to turn down 50,000 jobs? Really, we have gone out there to the world and said we are ready to make a step like this. We're not afraid. We're ready to focus on safety and be a 21st century city. So I urge you to support the recommendations from city staff and vote against the amendments.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I think bikes are here to stay in the City of Toronto, and I think we all really know that they're here to stay. So we have to find ways that the growing number of people that cycle, I'm one of them, I also drive a car, also walk, that we have a way to move safely through the city. Drivers are moving safely in cars, pedestrians are moving safely, cyclists are moving safely. That is our Vision Zero plan that we are all committed to implementing here in our city. This fall, I was very proud and actually very moved to attend a press conference from Doctors for Safe Cycling. Doctors in our city, doctors that look after us, look after our health, came together to say their prescription is bike lanes for safe cycling and to save lives. To save lives on the road, their prescription is bike lanes. They told us about people that they see that are hit. They referenced the people that Councillor McMahon has shown us today and how important it is to keep Torontonians who choose to ride bikes as their mode of transportation safe. And I agree with Councillor Layton, that's actually our responsibility here at the City of Toronto. We have a Board of Health that is devoted 100% to keeping people safe. Public health is a safety issue for our health. Recently, I was at the meeting, and every month they have a vigil for the friends and families of safe streets, and people have come together for those that have been killed on the sidewalks or killed walking the street across the street. And they are advocating for road safety for all of the users, and I believe they support this bike lane on Bloor. My son, who lives in the West End, said, "Ma, that bike lane, it's so fantastic. I feel so safe riding on that section of Bloor Street when he rides home late at night." And I think, thank God for that. I don't have to worry about you when you're on a bike lane. I don't worry when I'm on the Dundas bike lane. I don't worry when I'm on the Shooter bike lane. I worry if I'm on Gerrard and people are pulling out and they don't realize there's a bike lane there. I don't worry on the Sherbourne bike lane. I don't worry on the Simcoe bike lane. I don't worry on the Martin Goodman Trail. I don't want to worry on Bloor Street. And this is a gift for people that want to cycle and be safe. I don't believe bike lanes cause congestion. I think they keep cyclists safe during congestion, and I also think that the more people on cyclists mean less congestion. I'll tell you what congestion is in the East End. It's closing the bridge on Queen Street over the river. It's digging up Eastern Avenue for water at the same time, and it's closing 2 lanes on Gerrard at the same time as Eastern and the bridge are closed on Queen. And somehow, councillors here would have us believe that people are going slowly now because of bike lanes, not because of road work, not because of cranes, not because of construction, but somehow bike lanes are crippling people's ability to move through the city. That's absolutely not the case. I am disappointed that our corridor study was removed for 2018, and we wouldn't be starting that now with terms of reference and figuring out how we're going to bring people together across 12.8 kilometers of our Danforth from Broadview to Victoria Park. That conversation has to start. I committed to having that start because this is an adult conversation to have there. I'll say I was there for Dundas when it started in 2002, and you thought the world would have ended in 2002 by putting bike lanes on Dundas. And now there's an entire generation that's growing up in the East End that has never known Dundas Avenue in any other form than a street with a bike lane. For them, bike lanes and roads go together. And that is the city that we want to build. That will be the case for Bloor Street, and I urge everyone to support this and just support the fine recommendations that come for the Bloor bike lane.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers before I close the list off? No? Okay, Mayor Tory, the last speaker.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and may I say thank you to colleagues for a very thorough discussion and debate, and may I say thank you to our staff. They've worked terribly hard on this over a very long period of time, I guess going back before some of us were here. And thank you to the members of the Public Works Committee and its chair, Jay Robinson, who've worked on this as well, and I think put forward some very excellent recommendations that supplemented the report that was put in front of us. You know, it's been said this may be the most thorough process ever conducted, and the media asked me at lunchtime, you know, whether I thought it was too lengthy, and they didn't ask me if I thought it was too thorough, but I said this, I said the process was lengthy, but what it allowed us to do, and to be here today, not to achieve perfection, not having achieved perfection, and not having achieved unanimity, because those are both, by and large, impossible on many of the issues that we deal with here. But I think the question that we could ask after this process is, did we listen enough? Did we measure enough? Did we accommodate sufficiently to achieve the balance that we have to seek, not in 1977 or 1997 or 2007, but in 2017? And that balance, taking into account all of the 2017 competing uses for scarce public space, between and among cyclists and pedestrians and drivers and businesses and neighbors, I believe that if you include, as I do, the improvements that will be made as a result of the parts of the motion that are put forward by the Public Works Committee and before us now, that the answer to that question will be yes. And that includes things like the improvements to deliveries, improvements to design and winter counting and all the different things. And I think that this makes these bike lanes being made permanent the right thing to do, the balanced thing to do, and the far-sighted thing to do. We are not talking about some revolutionary change here. We are not talking about a revolutionary change here. This represents important, balanced, incremental change, but incremental change nonetheless. And you know, there's some people who criticize me for the fact that we are making changes incrementally as opposed to moving faster to do things faster, but I make no apology for that. I think what we have done here is we have moved together with an evolving public consensus that understands the fact that things have changed. Things have changed in the context of how people want to get around, how they have to get around, how they choose to get around, and that what we have to do as the custodians of the public space is to make sure that we balance all of those interests. And I don't apologize for showing leadership on that, because I think my job is, yes, to lead, as I believe I have done on this issue, but that it is to lead in a way that actually sees us move forward. The very fact, like so many other things, including I would mention in particular public transit, that people can talk in this room about discussions and debates that have gone on for 40 years or 10 years suggests to me that we haven't been paying adequate attention to that process of responsible, balanced, incremental change, whether it's on public transit. Think if we'd built one transit station every year for the last 30 years in this city. Think if we had sort of talked about how transportation and mobility are changing in the city on a gradual basis and taken balanced, responsible, and responsive steps to deal with that and to make sure that we are going to be a city that is ready for the 21st century, which is already 17 years old. So it's not something new. I look at the cities which have been a bit faster in moving than we have been on some of these very same issues, and I ask myself two questions. Are they better places today? And they're the cities that rank up there with us on the most livable cities in the world. And has any catastrophe befallen them? because of the decisions that they have made? And the answer is yes, they're better places today. I think that view is unanimously held across all of these cities in America and Europe and Canada. And no, there have been no catastrophes that have befallen those cities. They talk about a system that works. We're talking here today about a system that works and that addresses all of the concerns. And I would say this report and the actions we will take going forward with the work of our staff and the work of the local councillors in conjunction with the business community and others will address all of the issues. I was up there 5 times myself to visit and talk to and listen to those businesses, and I've seen their emails and their correspondence and read the substance of their deputations, and I believe that the motions made at the Public Works Committee respond to every one of those in terms of us saying in good faith as a city and as a council that we're going to deal with those. I want to just conclude, and if I could just have 30 seconds, Madam Speaker, I want to conclude by saying this. There's been talk about how many new cyclists are using this. The fact of the matter is, why are we here today? We're not here because of anybody's dream. We're here today because the reality was before there were thousands of people using Bloor Street as a cycling route. There are today a few more, but still thousands, 5,000 a day. And the other reality that is no dream is that there were hundreds of accidents taking place. That's what prompted this to happen, was safety. And this is now something that is going to make this safer. It already has. And the reality is those thousands of cyclists are still there and will be there and supplemented by other numbers probably going forward. But I believe the needs and aspirations that we should be addressing are not those of a timid city. They're not those of a city afraid of change. They're not those of a city that is absolutely wedded forever to the status quo, but it's an ambitious city, a city that is growing in confidence, that is committing to keeping its people safe, that is committed to working with business to make sure they can flourish at the same time as we take the steps needed to make us a 21st century city in terms of mobility. And I am quite prepared to be held accountable for a vote which I will cast today in favor of this proposal, because I believe that is the direction in which this city and its people want to see us move in a responsible, balanced, incremental way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to be voting in numeric order. Okay, our first motion is motion number 1, if we can put it on the screen, by Councillor Robinson. Recorded vote?
Councillor Davis, please.
Councillor Cressy, Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor Crisanti, please. And Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor Mihevc, may we have your vote, please?
The motion carries 23 to 19.
Okay, motion 2 we've dealt with. Motion 3 by Councillor Mammoliti, recorded vote. Yeah, you have it here. Okay.
Councillor Lee, please. Councillor Doucette. Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Fragadakis, Councillor Cole, and Councillor Burnside, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 5 to 37.
Motion 4 by Councillor Campbell. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Lee. Councillor Perks. Councillor Carmichael Grebb, please.
Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor Burnside, may we have your vote, please?
The motion does not carry. The vote is 18 to 24.
Motion number 5 by Councillor Holliday. Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 11 to 31.
Item as amended, recorded vote.
The item as amended carries 35 to 7.
Okay, that's it. Okay, what's going on? No, but I think that we might have to debate it. We don't want to ask for many more studies, do we? Okay, who's moving it? Councillor Grimes. Councillor Carroll wants to move that motion. All in favor? Carried. It's not recorded. Okay, so let's vote on the item as amended. Let's try it again. Recorded vote.
Councillor Palacio, please, and Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
And make sure you don't speed.
Councillor, thank you.
The item as amended carries 36 to 6.
Oh, went up. Yes, just a moment. Okay, that's it, right? The vote's been taken. Councillor Mammoliti, a point of order?
Madam Speaker, I've already spoken to you about a bit of an emergency at home. I have a family member that's in the hospital, and I do need to leave. And in the meantime, I have this emergency motion that I think needs to be dealt with at this meeting. I look to you for your guidance and staff in terms of when to deal with it, given the fact that the OMB hearing was delayed until tomorrow until the outcome
Okay,
of this.
Councillor Mamalidi, why don't you just move it now?
I'll move
Okay,
staff.
MM 3425, it was put on your desk. It's an OMB hearing for 5060 Marmora Street. And it's time, yeah, it's time sensitive because the hearing is tomorrow. Recorded vote.
Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Filion, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor Filion, may we have your vote, please?
You have to stay at your desk until the vote's taken.
The item carries 37-2.
Okay, thank you. All right. Going to go back to the top of the agenda, page 3, deferred items PG 21.6, Dufferin and Wilson Regeneration Area Study. Councillor Jamer, you held the item down. Do you have questions of staff?
Well, the report isn't ready yet. They haven't submitted it.
Oh, the report's not submitted. Okay. All right. So our next item. Next item is on page 3, which is the EY 2373, 2522 42 Keel Street. We're also dealing with the Etobicoke York item, which is 2540 at the same time. So do we have any questions? Who does? Frank wants it deferred? Okay, all right, so Councillor DeGiorgio, does anybody have any questions on it? Councillor DeGiorgio, do you?
No, I do not. There's
Does
still
anybody?
a report I'm waiting for.
Pardon?
It may be here tomorrow. There is a report I'm waiting for, and plus, the matter is before Community Council. The Community Council hasn't dealt with it yet.
The report is here. We're dealing with it now.
What report is here?
The supplementary report on your item.
I haven't seen the supplementary report, I'm sorry.
It was,
So I'll deal with it in the morning. Notwithstanding the supplementary report, this matter is before Community Council. We're awaiting a report at Community Council to be brought forward to Council. So I can't really deal with it until the recommendations come forward to Council from Community Council.
Councillor DeGiorgio, the supplementary report was circulated yesterday. We're at the item now. We're dealing with your item now. We have
The
the
supplementary
report.
report is not the report on the registration of the condo. It is at Community Council. That report will come forward to Council. I'm not sure when, but it will come forward to Council.
Here. We have the copy.
Could I just ask a question of staff?
Okay, then I ask questions of staff.
Is the report that I'm waiting for on the recommendation of draft approval for condominium registration before us right here at this council meeting? Is the final report that you're waiting for?
Through the speaker, there are two matters. There's the condominium registration report, draft plan of condominium approval that is tracking through Community Council. This matter in front of Council is the other deferred matter, and you have a supplementary report in front of you on the deferred matter.
And what I'm saying
which
is,
closes off the discussion on the line of inquiry that had been advanced previously.
What I'm saying is the reason these items have been deferred is because I'm awaiting for the report going through Community Council on the draft plan of approval of condominium. Then I can make a motion with respect to these items, once I see that final report. Otherwise, I can't make any motions.
Okay, the supplementary report is on the new, on the new item.
I haven't seen the supplementary report.
It's
so if you
right
want
in front of you, Counselor.
I don't have it.
Well, then look in your desk and read it.
I don't have it here.
No, but this is, I'm sorry, but this
And
has
it's
been going on
irrelevant.
for months.
Yeah, just hold it down then. I'll look for the report. And the report is irrelevant in terms of the motions I'm intended to make. Thank you.
No, it's here, Counselor Carroll. It's Carroll. All right, let's go to the next item. Executive Committee, page 3, EX 28.2. Pardon? Yeah. Oh, is this Thursday morning? All right. Okay, so we'll go to the next item, page 3, EX 28.5. Counselor Fletcher, you held the item down. Toronto Police Transformational Task Force, you held it down.
Yes, there are some questions,
Okay.
Speaker.
So do you want to ask questions? All right? Okay, hold on. Let me put your time on hold for a minute. Are the staff here? Okay, Counselor Fletcher, the staff are here?
Yes, I'm on the list.
Yeah, I know. I'm waiting for you to go to your desk and ask the question.
I'm not up first for questions.
You held the item down.
I have to ask questions first.
Yes.
I see, thank you, I will
Okay.
then. I wanted to know about the school. Who am I asking? Where are they?
They're behind you.
Oh, I hate
Behind you.
that. I'm sorry about that. Thank you. I'm just asking about the school crossing guard program, which is a very important program. And what your thinking is around how to deal with that. What- And who's going to answer it? I don't know. This is I believe we're on the Toronto Police Transformational Task
Yes,
Force
and-
report and impacts on city divisions.
And the staff are behind you.
Well, I can't, unfortunately, I can do many things, but I don't have eyes in the back of my head.
Can the staff answer the question, please?
Somebody has to.
They're behind you. Okay.
Well, then let them answer.
Transportation staff will be answering that question.
Who's answering the question?
We're going to answer the question. So through you, Madam Speaker, the School Crossing Guard program is proposed through this report to come to Transportation Services to commence in 2019 with a transition period in 2018 where we will work with the Toronto Police Department to address some issues related to backfilling of subs of crossing guards so that we can ensure that gets covered and that police can work on the components that they have in their work program moving forward that doesn't include the crossing guards. And we've been working with them over the past number of months to move this program forward. We will be using contracted services to deliver the crossing guard program in 2019, and so we're in the process of working through all the component pieces of what that would look like.
So what's the current cost of that program?
It's 10.383.
I'll put your time on hold.
Thanks. That was just a bit confusing at the beginning, Speaker.
Yeah, I
so
know.
My apologies.
I thought it was the staff behind
I know
you.
you did, yeah.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the amount for the service is $8.8 million.
8.8 million, and that is delivered through the Toronto Police, and you're going to contract that out?
Through you, yes.
So the people that are currently crossing guards, will they be taken into that program?
Through you, Madam Speaker, they will be certainly given an opportunity to continue their service under a contractor and the transportation as the lead.
How will you guarantee that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we are putting together an RFP right now to work with the contractor, and we can include language about that in the RFP.
I'm sorry, if I can put everybody on hold for a minute. Councillor Fragedakis, Mahevic, DiCiano, Shiner, Crisanti, please, can you take your seats? Everyone's there talking, and it's hard to hear. Okay. Sorry. if you can
Through you,
continue.
Madam Speaker, another piece of that prior to the RFP, we actually did a request for information to determine if there were contractors who were interested in this program, and we did get some positive responses there, as well as some positive response to the fact that they would be interested in contracting with those existing crossing guards going forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, as far as property is concerned, can somebody please tell me the impact, all of the property that technically is under the jurisdiction of the TPS will be coming under the new real estate portfolio. Is that the case? Maybe that's the behind me people.
That's correct, Councillor. Sorry. That is correct.
So that's correct. How big is your portfolio?
In terms of the school crossing guard program?
No, in terms of the property.
There is not a lot of property involved. These are, we've got some lifeguard stations on the lake, but other than that, there's really not a lot of assets that are going to be moving over.
No, I'm just talking about your property in general, that you consider your property. So is that going to be city property or under the real estate division, or is that going to be property under TPS?
The current, both the lifeguard and the school crossing guard program, there isn't a lot of property involved in that.
I'm talking about in general, all of your property, not just lifeguards and school crossing.
They are all city-owned properties.
And they're considered to be part of the portfolio for the real estate, new real estate service.
Absolutely, correct.
And they'll be transferred over there in some way, shape, or form?
If there's redundant property, certainly they'll be transferred back to the city to do as the city sees fit. Otherwise, we hold on to those properties that we need.
Do you have a division that manages the technical pieces of your property?
We have a division that does some of the facilities, but all of our real estate needs are provided by city real estate.
So all the real estate needs would be determined through the city?
Absolutely.
Okay, fine. And how many divisions will be collapsed in this transformation and assisted by city real estate?
Right now, we're still going through the review, but it looks like we're probably moving towards 9 or 10 districts.
And currently there are?
17 divisions.
17.
That doesn't mean that we'll be going from 17 to 10. We'll be moving from 17 divisions to 10 districts. Some of those districts will have neighborhood divisions. So in terms of the actual properties that become redundant, we're not there yet in terms of actually making that determination.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, questions?
I'm just sorry. Thank you, Speaker. So if I understand, you are going to be issuing an RFP, transportation services, is that correct?
Through you, yes.
And is that RFP looking at options or looking specifically at a contracted out model?
Through you, contracted out model.
And who's decided the contracted out model is the model we want?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we've had some conversations both with staff and whether we could, given the scope of the service, about whether we could actually accomplish that task in-house.
So where was that discussion? Did we have any opportunity to give input on whether or not we were going to contract out crossing guards?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think that this is also, we have not let the RFP yet, so there's an opportunity to have that conversation now.
Okay, I want to understand the pros and cons, the assessment that was taken, the comparison of the hours, the comparison of the rates of pay? How much are they being paid now at police?
They range from about 13 to 13.75 an hour.
Are there any other job classes at the City of Toronto that make $13 an hour? HR? Are there any jobs that make $13 an hour? Is there anyone here who could maybe answer that? Have we projected what they're likely to cost when they're covered by the pay equity, internal pay equity at the city? Or what they'd cost if they were contracted out? Has anyone done any of that assessment? No. So how is it you say it's going to cost an additional $1.574 million to deliver the program?
You can answer it.
Through you, Madam Chair, through the initial RFI that the police issued, we received comments from 4 prospective vendors. They provided estimates in ranges, and that's what the ranges came up with.
What did we get from potential vendors? I couldn't hear.
Sorry.
We did do an RFP?
There was an expression of interest. It wasn't an RFP. So what we were doing is seeing if there was interest in the marketplace, and what we heard back was there is interest, and that the price, depending on the vendor, that was the estimate.
So where is that information in this report?
The report speaks to the estimated cost delivered through an RFP process.
The $1.57 million.
That's the additional cost.
Right. So we're proposing to put out an RFP when we've already estimated it's going to cost us an additional $1.574 million, and we don't have any of the information that shows us what options were considered. I want to ask about lifeguards, and I want to ask the same questions about lifeguards. What is the proposed? I presume that the proposal is to have lifeguards who are right now marine lifeguards or work with the marine unit of Toronto Police. The proposal is for them to come into PF&R. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
And do we have the differences in rates of pay and what the costs will be?
We don't have the specific differences in rates of pay. We'll be undertaking a review of the lifeguard job description and going through the appropriate review with payroll to come up with the appropriate salary, but it will be within the range of our lifeguard ranges that we currently have.
So we have already decided this, that they would come over. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, that's the recommendation of this report.
It was recommended as part of the task force, but this is the first decision point we have on this.
That's correct.
Okay. My understanding, because my son was a beach lifeguard, that this is a very different lifeguarding job. How is it that we're going to save any money if we actually evaluate the rates of that job and they're paid more than our current lifeguards at the city?
So through the Speaker, the report illustrates that the current police services budget for the lifeguards is $1.415 million, and that under our operation, our estimate is that it will be $1.7 million. So it's a $284,000 difference in cost.
Okay, so another situation where we will have increased costs. What are the benefits of having them transferred? Because I know when my son was working there, the benefits of having them with the police is because they worked with the Marine unit, they went out on boats.
Councillor Davis, that's your last question.
They were integrated with the water.
Okay, Councillor Davis? Yeah.
Through the Speaker, we currently have a lifeguard service, and we can integrate that lifeguard service into our existing service level provision.
Councillor Hart, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I'll follow up on Councillor Davis's questions because they're similar to mine with respect to the lifeguard program. The lifeguard program for open water is very different than the lifeguard program in pools and requires a complete different set of skills. Do you feel confident that you can incorporate that into your existing complement with the additional training, the different training, and that the service will be as good as it is today. Are you confident in that?
So through the Speaker, we have been working with the Toronto Police Services and with the Life Saving Society around the appropriate training modules for lifeguards to be able to provide the service as a waterfront service. So I'm confident that with that training that will be delivered and with the appropriate job specifications, we'll be able to deliver a safe, reliable service on the waterfront.
And will you still be doing the near-shore recovery, so when people are caught outside of the swimming areas and have to be recovered in those circumstances, will you continue doing what the beach lifeguards are doing today?
So through the Speaker, we will be providing that service, but in cooperation with the Toronto Police Marine Unit.
So your service will be similar to what is provided today at, as I understand in the report, an additional annual cost estimated today of about $284,000 for a similar service. Is that
Through
correct?
the Speaker, that's correct, $284,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, questions?
Actually, let me, I'll come back to you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to have a fuller understanding of the overall impacts, and so maybe I'll start off with this question, because the question regarding the four potential vendors responding to the expression of interest, will that bring us to a better service and a more equitable way of service delivery?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's our expectation that the service will increase. Today, the Toronto Police, when there is an absent crossing guard, they're expected to use their own police services forces, which is difficult depending on what they're doing at the time. So by having a contracted services model, there will be expectations that the contractor will have redundant operations so that the services will be maintained.
So they'll be replicating the exact same service that the TPS provides today?
Yeah, exactly. They'll be providing the crossing guard service as it is today.
Okay. And staff are now supportive of this recommendation?
Yes.
This is effectively the request from TPS to have us sort of absorb this new additional service requirement?
Yes, as part of the Vision Zero plan, our road safety plan, vulnerable users are school-aged children. With the modernization of crossing guards, looking to best practices across the province, we believe that we can improve safety.
Okay. So that's good to know that there's another policy tie-in. Then can you explain to me any additional cost impacts? Because what I'm reading on page 15 is that there will be an additional cost impact to the city, including indirect management costs that cannot be transferred from the TPS, that will be phased in over 2 years, however, not completely recaptured at the city.
So yes, so through the contracted out model, we will need to increase our indirect costs with regards to our staffing component within transportation services. We do expect the minimum wage regulations to have an impact on that as well.
So then, is that what you mean in terms of some resources enhancements are expected as a result of some of these changes?
That's correct. So we will need staff to manage the contract going forward.
Okay. So essentially, the city will have to increase its staffing levels from the managerial perspective, supervisory role, which will have a budget impact.
Yes, so within, yes, through you, Madam Chair, transportation services will, in essence, create a school crossing guard unit to manage the program.
And that's not going to be any cost that's going to be carried over from TPS. That's new operating dollars that the city will have to come up with in order for us to absorb this new service request. It's almost like effectively a download.
So as part of our 2018-19 operating budget, submissions will be including those costs.
And then what happens after let's say 2021? What happens then?
Sorry, I'm not sure.
You're saying that that's going to be over 2 years, 19 and 20. What happens in 2021? Is that just...
So once we put our, sorry, councillors, when we submit our budget for our operating budget, those budget requests will be in our operating budget going forward.
Okay. And so we can expect the same type of increased referrals and service requests in other divisions, such as the police are moving to sort of core policing services, such as 311 Toronto, municipal licensing and standard, transportation services, economic development, and cultural types of services. Like, we're going to be asked to do a lot more as a city. Is that correct?
This is the first review of these two items, and we are reviewing some other items that may affect divisions that have come out of the task force, and we would report further on those. The one for 311, we're really looking at a risk assessment of what would fall within our purview and what would fall within the police.
Okay. And so I think what I want to really know is that we can probably anticipate a lot more. There's going to be a transfer of services, and those services are going to now be asked to be delivered by the city. I just wanted to know in terms of the additional resource enhancement. So this is money, new money that we will need in order for us to now deliver this new expected level of service. Where is that coming from?
There were a number of recommendations out of the task force. There are a few of those that tie directly to city divisions. Another one would be looking at the noise complaints. So we brought these ones forward now because they would have the most impact. We don't see most of the other recommendations having this level of impact, and these are basically the most relatable to the council.
Okay, thank you. That's your time. We'll recess for a dinner break. We'll come back at 6:30. At 6:30. Well, actually 6:35 because it's 5 after 6.
At all at committee? Did anybody hold it?
Not on this. This is simple.
No, it was one of those things that got